sitting is resumed. Senator Andrew Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. Sir, this is the consideration of this bill, the development of this expanded regime of free movement really and truly is a big deal. We come here to consider this bill at a time when, as you have heard other contributors indicate, xenophobia is taking the place of government policy. Insularity is becoming commonplace. And citizens of countries in the North Atlantic, Mr. President, appear to increasingly no longer have the protections of citizenship. And yet, at a time like that, with geopolitics defined by a degree of uncertainty, this Caribbean, or 4 countries in this Caribbean region, are taking it upon themselves to continue the work of regional integration and to expand the regime of free movement. Mr. President, as all other speakers have indicated, the regime of free movement and the process of regional integration has had fits and starts, troughs and triumphs, Mr. President. And for all of its history, sir, there are those of us who still hold on to its core values, who still hold on to the idea of this Caribbean as a single space, as a collection of sovereign countries, yes, but one people, a melting pot of cultures, yes, but united in the ways in which we have experienced the world and the ways in which we navigate the world. Sir, it is in that context that we consider this bill today. A great deal has been said about the fact that other countries, other bigger countries, have not joined in this effort. And the experience of the Caribbean Court of Justice has been invoked time and again today, Mr. President. Suffice it to say that states can pursue their own independent sovereign interest. And while they pursue their own independent sovereign interest, those of us who are committed to regionalism, committed to the expansion of regional integration, do not have the luxury of waiting. As I heard the references to the Caribbean Court of Justice earlier today, I wondered if we had waited, what would have happened? I think the evidence tells us that that court has gone on to be a fine arbiter of Caribbean legal questions, that it has vindicated the rights of many a Caribbean citizen. And in its operations, Mr. President, has become one of the finest examples of regional cooperation and integration, albeit not fully subscribed. I say that to make the point, Mr. President, that I hope that we do not miss, in this moment, the clarion call to continue to make bold moves and to continue to do big things that have extraordinary impact, extraordinary positive impact on the people of this region. There is a sentiment that concerns me as a young person in this Caribbean region, and particularly in this Barbados. And it is, while I am a young person, I'm no longer the youngest member of this chamber, a distinction I happily see to the chamber's newest member, but young nonetheless. And a sentiment, Mr. President, about how fast we go and how quickly we change. And sir, there seems to be a notion that we are not to go too far and we are not to go too fast, and that the government of Barbados ought to move through governance jittery and breathless and looking over its shoulder. I do not think we have that luxury. The moment defined by the geopolitical challenges that I talked about earlier require us to be sure-footed, to be steady, but to do something. And it is fine to take a breath and to analyze. But I think the Caribbean integration movement, perhaps we have taken too many breaths and we have analyzed to death everything from Sir Tridaf Rampal's report, blanking on the name now, Time for Action, to the assessment of Jamaica in 2017. We report after report after report. And we have to move. If we are committed to the notions of regionalism, to the core values of regionalism, aimed at bringing this Caribbean region closer together through trade, through investment, through movement, we must move. The Honourable Senator Worrell said a number of things in his presentation this morning. He said that we can't only move when it is convenient. We can't only pursue the aims of regionalism. Governments can't only pursue the aims of regionalism when it is convenient. Mr. President, this is a moment where the government of Barbados is being courageous. It is a moment where the government of Barbados is evidencing a degree of consciousness and conscience, but this is not, Mr. President, about convenience. And let me take the opportunity to say that in other quarters, there have been a great number of comments and sentiments that have concerned me on this notion of regionalism and on this notion of a closer Caribbean with deeper ties, sir. And while it is fine to say that as the Honourable Senator Kevin Boyce indicated, that persons will have some degree of angst and a reaction to the things that concern them. Let us be clear that those of us who sit in this chamber and that political parties in the main are not to, well, are not to inspire that angst, Mr. President. They're not to drum up the xenophobia and the insularity. That where there are legitimate concerns, they should be raised and addressed, but certainly in my view, there appears to be a convenience to the narratives that you hear sometimes, a convenience, Mr. President, for political institutions whose track records in recent years on these issues have been clear, some of which you heard today, the ever how welcome wait for a call comment, the indication on the eve of the 2018 election that if a particular political party won the election, we would extricate ourselves from the appellate jurisdiction of the Caribbean Court of Justice. So I don't think that we get to come here and to engage in a historical analysis and to wring our hands about regional travel and that kind of a thing, which is a legitimate issue. But let us be clear about the track record. Let us be clear about the things that we have said and done that are impediments to the regional integration movement. Mr. President, Mr. President, the bill before the House is bold, it is new, it inspires a degree of integration that never long contemplated but never realized in this region. But, Mr. President, the idea that we are going to fling the doors open in Barbados or in St. Vincent and the Grenadines or in Dominica or in Belize, Mr. President, and that this is not properly managed migration, sir, is a misnomer.
Mr. President, on a point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order?
I believe that the Honourable Senator may be misrepresenting what I said with regard to the points about the CCJ. In my presentation this morning, my points about the CCJ was not to say that it was opposed. I said that it was supported by the opposition, by both parties, and that there was no political divide here in Barbados. So I would not want to be misrepresented to think that I was saying that there was a political divide here in Barbados when we adopted the CCJ. That was not my point, Mr. President.
So noted. Please press on, Senator Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President. A point of elucidation, if I may. I was never indicating that the Honourable Senator had indicated that there was a political divide on the question of the CCJ in its embryonic stages. I never said that. What I did say, though, is that on the eve of the 2018 election, a Prime Minister of your party indicated that if they were successful in that election to come, just days away, that they would extricate themselves from the appellate jurisdiction of the Caribbean Court of Justice. That is what I said. So, Mr. President, this is a moment for the Caribbean region to come together. This is a moment, the fulfillment of a dream of successive leaders of this Caribbean region. This is a moment for a generation of Barbadians, Mr. President, to fulfill that which our forefathers never got to. There will be, it is my hope that other countries will join the effort. It certainly is my hope that there will be an opportunity to amend that schedule to the benefit of a greater number of citizens of states from across the CARICOM region, Mr. President. But let us not, in all of the concern, much of it, or a great deal of it, in my view, drummed up by particular individuals, let us not miss the importance of this moment. Let us not miss the idea that, or the reality, I should say, that this Caribbean has the capacity to do big things, to do bold things, and to make a difference in the lives of this Caribbean civilization. Mr. President, to quote a former leader of the Democratic Labour Party, former Prime Minister of Barbados, my apologies, it is dehumanizing and false to view the Caribbean as potential problems. The Caribbean is, after all, a civilization, and long may we remember that. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Andrew Boyce. Senator Dr. Drix.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to start by saying I've thoroughly enjoyed the debate on this bill so far. A bit of cut and thrust, which is necessary sometimes, that is fine. But I really am pleased to hear the type of sentiments as it relates to where we have come from in terms of our position as a country as it relates to regionalism. And I think a lot of the sentiments sometimes from younger individuals is because they simply don't know their history. They do not understand the complexity and the trials and the triumphs that have happened in the Caribbean and how that has resulted in the benefits that they currently enjoy today. So, Mr. President, the leader of government business noted that she is not once, but twice, a graduate of the University of the West Indies. Mr. President, I'm not once, not twice, but 3 times. So by my mere education, I would have to be a regionalist. And Mr. President, I had the great experience recently to extend the hospitality to an individual who is not from a member state of CARICOM, but who resides and they are a citizen of Martinique. We, as the leader of government business, were in a foreign country over in Ove, and from the time we heard each other, we knew where our geographical home was. And it is those types of interactions that remind us of our commonality and the shared struggles that have to then forge the policy platform by which we understand how we interact with each other and how we move forward as what was just described as this great Caribbean civilization. Mr. President, I want to start by saying This bill, as it regards to free movement, also amplifies the notion and the clear fact that it is an extremely difficult task to, one, govern and manage these small island economies that are open to the rest of the world. That is clearly a fact. There are no easy choices. The contemplation that has to go in with the complexity of the problems that we face cannot be an easy endeavor. And some would argue that a central part of our survival is regionalism. We are too small, and we cannot be insular in our national interest to forget that when we go out on the world stage, we do so better together. Things like our small markets, diseconomies of scale. We've heard already the notion of small populations and now declining populations. All are realities that our leaders have to contend with and provide a solution, Mr. President. But, sir, as we navigate the 21st century, and in loving our neighbors, and also in loving ourselves and inviting them to reside here, and I like the term that was used by the leader of government business, pay to play, there are some critical matters that once we invite others into our home, we have to make sure that the home is on solid foundation. Mr. President, this debate has placed regionalism and national development somewhat at odds. And that may be because we feel as though there are things in Barbados that are not going the right way, and they need to be addressed in order for us to have the comfort level in the public domain and in public discourse as it relates to the free movement of persons. Sir, when I say having our house in order, you have to look at it from an economic position, a social position, an environmental position, and even from a national consciousness position. Mr. President, I want to start with the economy. Sir, in the last 24 years, the Barbados economy has only grown on average by 1% each year. In the last 24 years. 2000 to 2007, we had about 2 to 3% growth. We know what the global recession did in 2008. In 2015, we had a bit of a recovery, and we all know what COVID-19 has done and the recovery that has happened since then. But for all the peaks and troughs, the long-term average has only been 1%. And we have not truly, really diversified from that one sector that provides the majority of our foreign exchange, which is tourism. On top of that, stagnant wages have also been a characteristic since 2000, Mr. President. Overall, nominal wages in Barbados have increased by 35 to 40%, nominal wages, Mr. President. But because of inflation at a rate of 3.5% on average annually per year, cumulatively that's about 84%. So what we have is a purchasing power problem in Barbados. So when people have legitimate fears or concerns, this is within the context that these issues are arising as it relates to people coming to Barbados for work, jobs, etc. And I go further, Mr. President, the high cost of living. As it relates to the Caribbean, Barbados is ranked the third most expensive island, only behind the U.S. Virgin Islands and the Bahamas. Then, Mr. President, when we look at these issues, we also have to look at the size of our government as it relates to revenue and expenditure. Mr. President, we are inviting persons to come and contribute to the tax base. But, sir, in the past decade, nominal revenues rose from 2.6 billion to 3.4 billion. That's a 30% increase. Similar trends as it relates to expenditures. So for the last decade, we've had a government as it relates to its tax structure and regime that has grown year on year as well. Mr. President, and the expenditure that comes from government, a lot of that expenditure is in employing people. The Barbados government approximately employs about 21% of the total employed persons in Barbados. And when you make the comparative assessment, it is one of the highest in the region. So you have a large tax base, you have a government that employs a lot of people, 1 in 5 persons. Jamaica employs about 13% of their labor force, Trinidad 15%. But when you get into the range of where Barbados employs, the government of Barbados employs persons, we are comparable with places like the Nordic countries, without the benefit of the type of fiscal space that they have. Sir, we have to have context. There are very few Barbadians, I believe, that have an issue with regional integration. As was said earlier, when you go to the heart of the matter, it has always been a free movement of people colliding with the national circumstance of citizens in the country. And Mr. President, I am of the view we can love our country and we can love our neighbors. And in order to do that and inviting persons to come to Barbados, we have to get our house in order. Sir, I am painstakingly going through this because the idea that because you increase the amount of persons coming to Barbados, for instance, to add to the labor force, to add investment into the country and to grow the pie, will likely translate to better outcomes. But that may not be the case. Because you throw money, and this is me being very crass in this argument now, you throw money at a problem, but that does not mean you solve the problem, you just throw money at it. Because, sir, what is being translated here is, as you try to widen the tax net, capture more NIS, that does not mean it translates to better service quality. And I am sure that persons coming from those other countries who've signed on to this free movement also want good service. Because they are also now going to what? Pay to play. So the same legitimate concerns that Barbadians have, I am sure when those persons come to Barbados and take up the opportunity here, they will also want social services that work for them and their families. Mr. President, and I believe that that is where the frustration lies because we have a situation where you have a high tax burden, a high cost of living, but persons, particularly in our middle class, who do not reap the benefits from the taxation that they pay. Mr. President, when we talk about our social services, that we are now inviting persons from across the Caribbean and from these three countries, they expect when they bring their children here to have adequate environments for schooling for their kids. That is an expectation. Mr. President, they expect that they will have the quality of education that is commensurate with the taxes that they will be asked to pay. Mr. President, when you live in a country where the last known official literacy rate was in 2014, was about 99.6% in Barbados, but we don't know what the figure is today, it begs the question, is that standard being maintained in the Barbados education system? Because these types of fundamental things, we don't even know. I mean, I could be speaking out of turn here, but when was the last time we had an official data on our literacy rate? And is that a reflection of pockets of deficiency in the school system, or is that systematic? And do we need to do something about it? I know the government has made various pronouncements and they've put measures in place for educational reform, Mr. President, because we now have to equip children to not just compete in a Barbadian or even a regional context, but a global marketplace, and to prepare them for a workplace that currently does not exist because of how technology is quickly and rapidly evolving. Do we have the capacity to do that? Do we have the creativity to do that? And those are the legitimate questions that we have to ask ourselves, not just for contention, but sir, to find solutions. That is the reality. I was very pleased to hear, Mr. President, another area that I had the unfortunate experience of having to interact with is the QEH. Not myself, but a family member. And the QEH is one of those primary institutions and cornerstones of our society that cannot be allowed to fail. It simply cannot. And when we say that we may or may not want able-bodied persons coming, productive persons, we don't know who is coming. And therefore, we will have to cater to them. But in addition to expanding the hospital, which I am completely in agreement with, but it comes at a cost, let us be clear again, we have to have a better understanding of things in terms of the quality of service, such as improvement in patient safety, for instance. What's happening in our hospital as it relates to readmission rates for persons who visited, patient satisfaction. Because if we've learned anything, because we've built a new facility, that does not, again, automatically translate to improved quality of service. Mr. President, and it is not all doom and gloom, because there's an attractiveness to Barbados as it relates to health. Although we might be third in the Caribbean as it relates to cost of living, we're also the third highest ranking island as it relates to centenarians per capita. So we live long. We live long around here, Mr. President. So that is an attractive indicator to anybody who wants to come to Barbados. But I am fully committed to understanding, Mr. President, that there are things and cracks in our system that, if left unattended to, could break our society. Mr. President, I want to also, as I earlier stated, there are issues of economic importance, social importance, but also environmental. Because when we talk about changes to the population, increasing economic activity, these also have implications for your energy use and your environmental footprint. Mr. President, things like water resources, as was mentioned earlier, although it is not, Mr. President, island-wide, we do clearly have an issue as it relates to the quality of service to residents in St. Lucie. That is just a fact. The government has instituted a program to the tune of about $2.6 billion, I believe it is, for mains replacement. So to improve, yes, the quality of the service, you also have to, yes, still spend money. But it is then the expectation that there is an improvement in that service, Mr. President. Sir, issues such as waste management, our landfill issues, perennial garbage collection, all of those things speak to our ability and the capacity to house a certain number of individuals and a level of business here in Barbados. And if it appears at the moment for those services to be overstretched, people who are overworked, and it seems as though we are at capacity and breaching that capacity, then the only logical thing for someone sitting down at home who heard that on October 1st, there's a free movement of persons, that is a natural reaction. But it is not to say that we cannot do one and also identify those core areas that when we do open our borders to those in this managed migration, that we fix these issues. Because, Mr. President, I believe Barbados has the intellect, it has the creativity to get our systems right. But somehow, Mr. President, we are faced with an environment that it is always the other person's fault. But more importantly than that, what I am genuinely concerned about now is as we move forward and we support and we be the first movers in this regional integration and the free movement of persons, is that we are at a crossroads where we are experiencing very weak institutions, or institutions appear to be weakening. They are not fulfilling their mandates, and there's a high level of dissatisfaction across Barbados as it relates to our social services. Mr. President, the idea that we have a large problem as it relates to inefficiencies, even when resources are placed within some of our institutions, there seems to be a level of wastage and poor outcomes. And that is then all combining to the issue of falling standards. And this was said in the other place by someone who sits on the government side. So we are all here living, experiencing it. Mr. President, I believe that as we move forward, and my position is that we do need to have regional integration. I support it, Mr. President. But that has to be done concomitantly with a complete overhaul of some of the systems that we have that currently service the Barbadian public if we want to reside and live in a country that functions in a 21st century context. And what I am challenged with, Mr. President, is I do not hear from those who are on a political divide, whether that be mainstream or fringe, a core proponent or solution towards possibly smaller government, focusing on core social issues and leaving all of the other frills to possibly private sector, public-private partnerships or the private sector. Mr. President, a reduced tax regime concomitant with that reduced government, and allow for a level of innovation and creativity to flourish. And this is just an alternative I'm putting out. I'm not saying this is the solution. But what I am saying is a lot of the things that we are currently doing are not working in our favor for us to compete and to continue to be the first mover in a globalized world that is becoming more insular. If we do not take care of home and reach out to our Caribbean neighbors, we will find ourselves in a very desperate situation where we go begging and become recolonized in some form or fashion, whether that be economically, militarily. Mr. President, the list goes on. These are real challenges that we are about to face, Mr. President. But, sir, I want to, at this time, place what I've said in the context of an excerpt from the book, The Essentials of Owing. And this was former Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, late Professor, the Right Honourable Owen Arthur, who, at the opening ceremony of the 20th Heads of Government meeting of CARICOM, stated, and I quote, I hope you'd allow me to read this, Mr. President. The building of a single Caribbean economy is integrally part of a greater requirement to create a single Caribbean society. And on the eve of a new century, because he said this in 1999, we must resolve to strain on every sinew to make it succeed. He then went on, Mr. President, to quote Sir Arthur Lewis, who said this in 1972. Sir Arthur Lewis spoke in these terms to the Caribbean community in his capacity as the president of the Caribbean Development Bank. Nothing here is politically easy, but to say that solutions are politically impossible is either to doubt the West Indian genius for self-government or more likely to assert that some other interests must have higher priority. Sound discipline is not genetically determined. It derives from history, but history changes every day, being altered by learning and adaptation. What is true is that we cannot adopt bold policies until they are widely understood. And they cannot be widely understood unless they are frequently discussed in public. That is what we are dealing with today in this debate, Mr. President, in all of its facets. Sir, and I want to end here and quote the former Prime Minister by saying, "We, however, do not have a moment to lose. And it is my hope that 25 years hence, another generation of Caribbean leadership will not be able to proclaim that we lost the moment here in Port of Spain." when regionalism and nationalism collide, Mr. President. Bold ideas that require ingenuity, creativity, but have to sit and reside in the national context in which citizens live. That is what we are dealing with this afternoon, Mr. President. And because of, and I want to wrap up here, Mr. President, because as we be the first movers and the bold policymakers that we are, there is a real and present imminent danger brewing in our waters. And it could single-handedly change the trajectory of our future. It is that simple. Sir, the circumstances that befall us due to the heightened military presence in our southern Caribbean Sea prompt me in this debate to speak the words of the late Maurice Bishop, former Prime Minister of Grenada, who was one of the stronger proponents of the idea of a Caribbean zone of peace. And in 1981, when he delivered in Grenada to CARICOM, the Standing Committee of Ministers of Foreign Affairs, he enunciated and elaborated on what that Caribbean zone of peace means. And I quote, "Some of the substantive requirements to be satisfied in order to have our Caribbean effectively become a zone of peace include the following. 1, prohibition of nuclear weapons in the region. 2, an end to all aggressive military maneuvers in the region. 3, the dismantling of all foreign military bases in the region. 4, the decolonization of all of our territories and the establishment of machinery to end all forms of aggression, including assassinations, mercenary invasions, propaganda interventions, and diplomatic and economic pressures." Mr. President, this is a challenging time for our Caribbean leaders, and it is my hope that we truly put partisan politics aside to deal with matters that will affect us all. Because, Mr. President, we are living in an era that diplomacy no longer seems to be the first order of the day. And it is clear that there will be no easy choices or options. And Mr. President, I would hope that Barbados continues to be at the forefront of the fight for that great Caribbean civilization that we know is possible. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Driggs. Senator Trim.
Mr. President, colleagues, I rise to make my contribution to this chamber. Senator Boyce mentioned that he is living the CARICOM dream. I have no doubt, yes, I have no doubt that I am doing the same. I came to Barbados from Ghana when I was 2 years old. My father and my mother preceded me. My sister, she's 10 years older than I am. And my brother, interestingly enough, though 5 years younger than I am, was also born in Guyana. And I have never hidden the fact that I am Guyanese by birth, but as you can hear from my accent, I am possibly as Bajan as they come. And so this bill to me is personal because I have lived and experienced what CARICOM means. To be able to stand here to me is a testament of CARICOM and what regional integration looks like. However, I want to note that the seeds that I believe that our forefathers intended when they envisioned the Federation, when they signed the Treaty of Chaguaramas, we haven't fully reaped those. We have not fully manifested that reality. And while I, like many others, attended the University of the West Indies, and I have friends across the region, having chaired the Caribbean Regional Youth Council and being involved in youth work, I've traveled across the region and I've had the ability to embrace Caribbean culture. And one thing that has stood out to me is that the only difference in many instances between myself and my friends across the region is really what the port that we got off at, or offloaded at the enslaved, or those who were to become enslaved. And so we act, and I said bus stop, because we really aren't that far apart. We really aren't that different. A lot of the words that we use here as part of our dialect, they're used elsewhere. A lot of the foods that we eat are called by another name in another territory. And so we act as though there is this vast divide, this vast difference, when the reality is that it does not exist. But for many young people and for many Caribbean citizens, CARICOM is something that happens at the heads of government meeting. It is something that we see a communique about, a joint statement. It is something that we hear about as a news soundbite. But in many instances, we are unable to figure out, ignoring that many of us went to the University of the West Indies, ignoring all the other ways that we are integrated, that the products that we use often come from right across the sea, right across the Caribbean. We cannot place it in our lives, and so oftentimes it remains outside our scope or outside of our thought process in our day-to-day life. Mr. President, I've heard a lot about CARICOM and regional integration and the Caribbean free movement today, and indeed that is what we are here to discuss. But I want to talk about my reality in CARICOM and therefore what CARICOM means to me. Like I said, I came here when I was 2 years old. Many persons do not know that the first encounter that I had here, I do not remember this, but my sister and I were deported because we came to meet our parents here. She was about 12, I was 2, and we were deported, and my mother had no idea where we were. My aunt put me on a plane, and Barbados put me right back, and we went home. So my mother was frantic at the airport because she had no idea where her children were, having never been called, and my aunt was frantic because my mother is calling to figure out where her 2 girl children are. But let me skip forward to things that I do remember. Because I was 10 years old in 2008, and I remember when they said it was time for a change. And I remember going to political rallies, and I remember how xenophobia rose in Barbados to a deafening noise in my ears. I remember the conversation on the street, similar to some of the things that we heard in here today, that Guyanese were here to take our jobs, that the Guyanese women were taking the men. Yeah. Moreover, you had a song called GT Advice. And so it fed xenophobia, it fed tension, it fed fear as entertainment. And so when we speak about freedom of movement and regional integration, for some it is theory. For those who have had the privilege to live where they were born, to be among family and friends that they have known all their lives with no disruption, I do not have that. I have never had it. And so when I was younger and these things occurred, I longed to go home. Matter of fact, I acted up so much my father threatened to send me back to Guyana. And my mother said, absolutely not. But instead, I went to school, and a young man from school called the immigration on me because he disagreed with what I said, and he was going to get $75 for me, because that was the bounty on the heads of those who persons considered or figured to be illegal. It was those things. I remember my father coming home from Fairchild Street and telling us how people scattered like criminals, people who had come from work and were lining, because the immigration parked vans and they rounded them up and collected them. I remember my cousin being deported, And we got a call that said, don't worry about nothing else, just bring her things. Either y'all pay for her to go or we will send her home. And she was one of the lucky ones. I remember. It is not a distant memory. I remember neighbors and relatives whispering about deportations, people nervous because if they heard a knock on their door at 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe a neighbor that you had upset was there, had called the immigration to collect you so that they could get this bounty. It was not whispered that the only good Ghanese was a dead one. It was on the street. It was in school. It was in the institutions that we existed in. It was in the Ghanese bench that when I left Barbados to represent Barbados and to go across the region, to represent, I came back nervous that I would sit on that bench and that I would be sent back home. And I say home not because Guyana is where I only find solace in, because Barbados is very much home to me, but because that is what was considered. And let me be clear, in 2008, the Democratic Labour Party, the opposition, was in office. And that fear existed until they left the office. And even after that, having spent so many years here and under this administration, I was nervous to go to the immigration to apply for my citizenship because of the treatment that I received. If that is not trauma, I don't know what is. And there are still persons who refuse to regularize themselves beyond the current status because they are nervous about what is going to happen. I was not illegal. I've been on student visas. My brother has been on student visas. My mother has had work permits, so has my father. We have been here for a long time. We pay taxes and contribute like anybody else. But that was the treatment that was meted out to us. And as a child, I knew that was wrong because I felt nervous when my mother did not want to speak, because people would say, well, where are you from? How long have you been here? Just testing the waters. We talk about workers working in precarious conditions. At that point in time, employers threatened to deport you or call the immigration, whether you had status or not, because they felt like it was okay. And so today I call it what it was, state-sanctioned xenophobia. And so I listen in here today and I hear words that are very reminiscent of that. The language that we use, these people, foreigners, they are your brothers and sisters. We are your brothers and sisters. We are not strangers. We talk about sowing seeds of doubt in the younger generation. That was said by the Honourable Opposition Senator. That is what doubt looks like. Because for a very long time, CARICOM did not work for me. I was free to live here to some extent, but I was not free to live because I lived in a lot of fear. And I speak not only for me, I speak for others. For those who missed it, ever so welcome wait for a call was said in Guyana about Guyanese nationals coming to Barbados. It was blunt. It was symbolic. It was not about employment. It was about identity. And upon reflection, it's about how we shut our borders and our doors to people who come from this Caribbean space. We talk about successive governments embracing the CARICOM community. There was no community in that. And so rhetoric replaced compassion during that time, and national pride was a tool of division. Many persons here have talked about nationalism. Nationalism is being weaponized for political expediency across the world. The idea that somehow we have always had scarce resources. We have always had unlimited wants. We have always had to decide who gets what, when, and how. That is the basis of politics. That is the basis of our existence. This is not new. Mr. President, we cannot change the past. Try as we may, and we see it happening across the world, there are attempts to rewrite history. We can atone, but we cannot amend. It is what it is. And therefore, we should ask ourselves, what is next and what ought to be? What we can do is that we can learn from that time. We can learn how to create a more fair world. We can learn how to be honest about those mistakes. But for any member of the former administration to deny the treatment of CARICOM nationals under that administration is profound dishonesty. And it would be to engage in historical amnesia. There was a song this year called We Forget, I think it is. Well, I want to say that many of us remember. The leader of government business spoke about how we are seen, and I say we because, like I said, y'all heard the accent. People do not care where I was born. I've lived here all my life, and therefore I am Barbadian. And so when we leave here and we go across the region, they remember what we say. They remember our treatment. They remember that period. There was mention of not tarnishing our regional integration efforts. Between 2008 and 2018, guess what? It was tarnished. This is the reparative work. We are repairing our reputation as leaders within the CARICOM community. I heard a member on a popular radio show from the opposition, a representative, note that they should bring statistics. And we know, those of us who conduct research, or those of us who have just had lived experiences, that statistics do not always paint a full picture. That statistics may often ignore the feelings that you get because of policies. Statistics, you cannot quantify trauma. And so numbers cannot substitute the impact that period has on the region. And so because these stories are real, because these scars are real, we need real action that comes down to the root of what CARICOM is supposed to be and what the Caribbean community stands for. Mr. President, I believe deeply that words matter and that for policymakers, language is important. Words become policy and policy becomes reality. When we speak fear, when we sow seeds of doubt in the younger generation, when we speak in a manner that suggests that we are spewing condescension wrapped as concern, people learn fear. When leaders speak unity, countries are built. We as policymakers carry the sacred responsibility of shaping the tones of our nations. We cannot preach regional integration at summits and boast about our support of regional integration while practicing exclusion or promoting exclusion. I have been listening to the public discussion in the recent weeks, and I find it so interesting. In my mind, it must be some sort of cognitive dissonance. What I have heard today that ignores that for the last couple of weeks, we have had a political party, undermining the idea, not simply because of legitimate concerns, and I'll speak to that a little later, but simply because for political expediency and what sounds good, playing into fears that have existed in Barbados and that we know exist for many reasons. And so we cannot wave the CARICOM flag at ceremonies and then turn our backs on CARICOM citizens in practice. We cannot do this. This government has refused since it's been elected to do so. And perhaps the best example of that was COVID. In a time where people were picking and choosing who to take care of, we took care of all to the best of our ability. Because in times of plenty, you do not show your character. It is in times of need. It is easy to give when you have the world to give. It is much more difficult when you have to give in rations. And so leadership must be consistent, not just in policy, but also in tone, in empathy, and in truth. And I am not naive, and I've listened today to believe that there are not legitimate concerns that are surfacing. We have legitimate concerns. People have legitimate concerns. To dismiss them would be once again to engage in dishonesty, and I've never believed myself to be a dishonest person, and I do not wish to pass that on to any of my colleagues. And so they ask questions, I said before, what about jobs? What about housing? What about health care? And these are fair questions. I said before, they deserve discussion. They deserve consultation. They deserve conversation. And I believe in many ways that we have sought as an administration to do that. Could we do more? Could we do better? That is always a possibility. To say otherwise would to be complacent. And I do not believe that this administration is complacent. And so the reality is, however, that we do not govern tabula rasa, and I want to start there. We do not start governance with an empty slate. And so we have to be aware that when we talk about things like buses and transportation, we have to be aware that none were bought between 2008 and 2018, when buses devalue in 10 years. So now you are building a new fleet. When we talk about healthcare, if you have not invested in your healthcare system for 10 years, you have to once again invest. When we talk about social care and social networks, if you have not done that, if you have not strengthened them, if you have not supported them, ultimately, you have to now do it once again. And so we are seeing that work, and that is not to say that we have gotten where we aspire to go, but it is to say that we are on our way, and we cannot stop. But we also, at the same time, cannot stop doing the work in the now, which means that the legislation and this bill, freedom of movement, is not the cause of those challenges, and it will not be their cure. It is to say that these challenges should not be used as an excuse to delay our regional obligations. We are signatories. We have not been forced. And so therefore, if we are signatories, we have a responsibility, an obligation to operationalize what we are signatories to. Freedom of movement has always been a commitment under CARICOM. This is not something that has shocked us. Maybe the shock is that we're actually doing it because we have waited so long. We was talking about this for how long? Exactly. But the shock is not that it is happening. The shock is that, the shock is not that it is there. The shock is that it's actually happening. And so in my mind, to me, to my generation that has been hearing about CARICOM for ages, I think the government should be commended for making sure it actually happens. If we waited for perfection, many things would never happen. CARICOM would never have been born. We would have never attempted the federation. Independence would still be a dream. We would still not be a republic and be swearing an oath to the Queen. King now. If this is not an act, a purposeful act of decolonization, I do not know what is. We understand that the provision of jobs, housing, and adequate social services have to be a priority, and we have committed, regardless of what some corners may tell you, to doing that, both in word and in policy, to addressing them head on. But these kind of developments require action whether or not we open our borders, whether or not there is freedom of movement. It has to happen. And so it is our responsibility as policymakers to fix what has to be fixed and not to once again scapegoat or delay regional integration and freedom of movement, because once again I wish to remind you that we have freely signed this. And let us be practical, Mr. President, because this bill is not opening the floodgates, as said by Senator Boyce and Willie Boyce as well. It provides a structured, lawful process. You register with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. You contribute to the NIS scheme. You are part of the formal economy. You are paying taxes and strengthening systems that some fear they will burden. They will be workers. There is no assumption that persons who are coming are going to be welfare recipients, that they are automatically coming begging, bowl, please may I have some more, let me an Oliver Twist. That is not what is happening. They are contributing. They are not competing. And so because their entry and status will be transparent and documented, this framework actually reduces what has the concern been about labor. Employers get away with things because we don't know. We could do our best, but we don't have eyes everywhere. Nobody ain't got eyes in the back of the head. If people do not report that they are being paid less than the minimum wage, or not up to industry standards, or in subpar conditions, then that is something that challenges the government to enforce. We have the Employment Rights Act, the Safety at Work Act, Shops Act. Our legislation is some of the best across the region. And we have an opposition that has many instances opposed every set of labor legislation that this government has brought. Matter of fact, a few weeks ago with the Minimum Wage Act, the raising minimum wage, it was going to cause this hullabaloo of chaos. The sky was going to fall, and people were just going, and businesses were going to close down. And so if you are going to continuously oppose the protection of workers or the improvement, it is difficult then to stand and say at the same time that people are going to be taken advantage of. If you support the increase in minimum wage, why are there conditionalities? We know that minimum wage had to be increased. Ironically, they also oppose the Hotel Concessions Act. And so those are the kind of things that we are seeing that do not align. They are not consistent. It's wobbly. In one instance, you want to see progress, you want protection, you want development. In the other instance, you support it, but. And the buts oftentimes are really politically expedient points that oftentimes should not detract from the work that is being done. And so, let us talk honestly, that is the important word, about the need for better housing and some regulations. Let us talk honestly about the need for more efficient health care. Let us talk honestly about stronger social support. But let us also be clear that those are national responsibilities that the government has with or without this bill. And so those cannot be the scapegoats. I agree that there has to be more public education. I agree that we have to engage Barbadians because we have a lot of colonial mindsets about other Caribbean countries. But this is not the time for fear. This is the time for leadership. Leadership that understands that progress rarely comes in comfort, and that understands as well that our development cannot be built on exclusion, and we cannot grow by closing our doors. And I know that some would prefer us to stay at home and govern, because every time we talk in here, they talk about the Prime Minister's travel, as if she is not advocating on our behalf in a world where the haves and the have-nots are becoming increasingly disparate. And so this government is committed to doing both. Senator Drake talked about the fact that sometimes it seems as though regional integration is at loggerheads with national development. And it seems like that, yes, because we have challenges, and because once again, because there is fear, but it is a challenge to upgrade our systems. It is a challenge for us to do better, to expand our infrastructure, to modernize our policies, and to govern with fairness and foresight. It is not one that we should shirk from. And it also reminds us that we are not alone in this task, that our neighbor's success is tied to our own. And so if we truly believe in what is said in the Treaty of Chaguaramas, then we must live that belief through law and action, and not simply at conferences. It has to matter to the average person. And so I want to say that this is what maturity in governance looks like. We have to be willing as we lead to face complexity and not to retreat, and to welcome partnership without fear. And Mr. President, I'm very passionate about this because like I said, I've lived this. And so I've had hopes that one day we would be able to get to the same point or close to that of our OECS brothers and sisters. We in the Caribbean cannot wall ourselves off. It has been mentioned before that the world is changing, and so we have to change with the world. Independence does not mean standing alone. It means standing tall, and for Caribbean, small island developing states, it has to mean standing together. Bob Marley said, "Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery." I'm a Marshallian, and for those of you who knows what being a Marshallian means, that is our theme song. That is our anthem. And he said, "Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery, none but yourselves can free our minds." And when he said that, it meant that we had to change the way that we think about ourselves. And I want to say that this bill gives us an opportunity to do that. Integration has to come with maturity. It requires us to confront myths and dismantle our biases, ridding ourselves of colonial ideas that some countries are better, more civilized, more desirable. There are things about all Caribbean countries that we could learn from each other. There are things about each other that would vastly improve our quality of life. My mother could find a bush for everything. I never know somebody that could find a bush like that. So in our neighborhood, people used to come and ask her what kind of bush they could use. But she had a bush for everything. And some things that when I was younger, I would go to school and see and be like, that's lizard food. My mother said it had medicinal properties. And so that kind of knowledge is knowledge that is important in this region. Comparison killed the Federation. We cannot allow it to kill CARICOM. Mr. President, just two more things, if I have the time.
2 things in 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. The first is that we have no issue encouraging our young people to seek opportunities in metropoles. We send them so quickly. We're so excited. We all know somebody there. But it seems to baffle us that we could find opportunities within the region, across Africa and in Latin America. In a world that is shrinking, we have to expand our opportunities by exploring untraditional routes. Because if all doors are closing, we have to build new ones. And this bill is not occurring in isolation. It complements other legislative shifts that are occurring in order to align with both our moral values and our regional commitments. Mr. President, I close by saying that this is what a reimagined regionalism requires. In a world where nationalism is on the rise, where countries are turning inward and fortifying themselves, Mr. President, we cannot match the scale of global powers, but together we can match their resolve. This bill is about defining who we are as Caribbean people. This bill is about making sure that we are in alignment with the spirit of CARICOM. It reinforces the principles that our people should be free to work, to move, and to belong among the region. It brings the ideal of the Caribbean community to life in practical human terms. And yes, we would like cheaper flights, but that is a work in progress, like everything else. And it positions Barbados not as a reluctant participant, but as a bold leader in regional progress. Because, Mr. President, if once we heard ever so welcome wait for a call, then today we say with pride and conviction with this bill that this is the call. The call to build, the call to believe, the call to become. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Trim. Senator Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are times that I am pleased that I am not obligated. Mr. President, I rise as a Barbadian, as a Caribbean national, and as a CARICOM national, Mr. President. Mr. President, there is a significant chance that if you gather DNA from everyone in this chamber, and I mean everyone in this chamber, you will probably find that we are all connected. Senator Thompson, my fifth cousin removed. Yeah, you probably are. You look, my females in my family look physically like you. So, but Mr. President, I attended graduation ceremony at the UWI on the last weekend. There were about 1,000 graduates. And I was thinking at times about this bill, and I asked myself, do these people with these different names look any different from Bajans? And they did not. And what it means is that we are all the same. We came to this place and were all taken off the same ships and then went on to other places. Mr. President, the University of the West Indies is the melting pot of the Caribbean. Those of us who were fortunate enough to have gone there, and I am not knocking the persons who went overseas, I'm only speaking about those who were fortunate enough to have that Caribbean experience and to be able to meet persons from all the other Caribbean islands. I was lucky, sir, to have had my tertiary education paid for by the government and the people of this country whom I serve. And I had a medical class, sir, that had over 115 people in it. And I do not think you can call an island in the Caribbean or a territory in the Caribbean and it would not have been represented in my class. And what I said, sir, was that if you were fortunate enough to attend the UWI, you got exposed in some way to some of the cultural differences among all of us and the similarities. And one realized how much we were the same. And sir, with your permission, I want to read a short segment, sir, of the address given by the Chancellor, the Most Honourable Doris Miller, to the students, to the graduates on Saturday. It says, "Good morning, graduates. Good morning to your families, your lecturers, your mentors, on all who have walked with you on this journey. So today we gather not merely to mark the end of an academic chapter, but to celebrate the beginning of a new Caribbean story. One that you, the class of 2025, are uniquely positioned to assist in crafting." He must have been thinking about his answer. He must have been. The reality is that the UWI and the people of the Caribbean are together as one, and it's not by accident. I will continue. He said, "You arrived through sacrifice, through resilience, through nights of study and days of doubt, through balancing, in some cases, work and school, family and ambition, hardship and hope. You arrived through hurricanes, both literal and metaphorical. You arrived through the pandemic's lingering shadows, through economic uncertainty, and through quiet battles that no one saw, but you endured nonetheless. and I want to read the last paragraph of his address. You are ready to build economies that are inclusive, sustainable, and bold. You are ready to challenge the status quo. You are ready to lead not just with intellect, but with heart. You are ready to show the world what the Caribbean can do. So I urge you, go forward, go proudly, go purposefully. And above all, never forget, you are UWI, you are Caribbean, and you are unstoppable. Mr. President, if I did not support this bill before, I have to support it now. But despite my acceptance that what the changes this bill will bring will more than likely benefit this country, I do have some concerns about what could be the immediate effect if there was a surge. I'm not saying there is going to be a surge if there was a surge. Mr. President, we have a population, I think our last census was in 2023, I believe. A population of less than 300,000 people. I heard it said today that the population was not growing, and that is not true. The population is growing, but the rate of growth has slowed. It is most definitely an aging and aged population. If you have any doubts, visit the QEH and you will see, or go into the supermarket, sir, you will see what I mean. The population is definitely an aged population. And sir, anytime you have the possibility of migration, you cannot predict who will come. You can probably exclude some people. You can exclude the criminals and those who want to do the country harm, but you cannot exclude those who will come with chronic non-communicable diseases. You cannot exclude the children who need to go into schools. And last but not least, you have to provide all the services, all the social services, and all the normal needs of existence. Mr. President, on Sunday, I think on Sunday's press, there was a big picture of my good friend, now Dr. Burrata, standing for a picture with the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor of UWI. Unfortunately, the caption under it didn't match the picture. And the caption, however, drew our attention to one of the problems of water in this country. And we have stood in this chamber and spoken extensively about water and about energy, and whether having reached 98% capacity for our water supply, what else we can do. So I've asked myself whether, with all the issues that we've had with water and all the efforts the government is making to improve the water and fix the mains, whether at this time, if there was a significant change in our population, whether we will meet all of our needs. And given the level of construction happening on our south coast and our west coast, what impact this new construction will have on our water and our sewage services. Mr. President, I heard it mentioned this morning that there's been no real progress in housing, and I don't quite believe that. I think there's significant progress in housing, probably in the wrong place. The progress, sir, is not at the bottom end or the middle. The progress, in fact, sir, the construction going on across the water is not meant for people like myself or Senator Thompson. We spoke about this before, because it's unaffordable. because it's unaffordable for us. But so there is progress in construction. There is housing stock being built, but for those who will normally come as migrants, unless we're targeting specific people, they're not able to afford it. So I have to ask, where will the people who come, if they come in numbers and not just hundreds, what special provisions are we having that will make housing affordable for these persons? Sir, without any doubt, when we had, during COVID, the welcome stamp, there were changes, sir, in the rental prices that probably reflected the ability of those newer people to pay higher rates, or the market shifted to allow them to pay higher rates. But those rates haven't come down. So rents in this country, sir, if you don't own a property, are now higher, significantly higher as a percentage in 2025 than they probably were in 2020. It was mentioned this morning about people sharing accommodation. I personally, sir, I see no problem with persons sharing accommodation, sir. I just returned, sir, from Toronto, and there are flats that people rent all the time and share rooms in flats and houses. That is a norm, because the rent is too high for one person to pay. What we may complain about are the responsibilities of the landlords to provide adequate services and quality housing to the persons who are renting. Now, sir, the truth is that government's attempts at providing housing have not worked out. We've had lots of educational comments in this chamber as to why and where, and we can see for ourselves. What I await to hear, sir, are the solutions. How will we get all of these properties that are started, not finished, and not occupied into a state of occupancy, so that those young people who are dependent on such accommodation can get access, and those who are supposed to come? What about education? Will we have places in schools for young families who may wish to migrate and bring their children? And even for those, sir, who may wish to pay for their children's education, do we have adequate spaces in our private schools for children to go into? Sir, there's a mention of contingent rights to education, healthcare, and social services. I do not wish, sir, in the absence of my colleague, Senator Walker, to speak on education, on healthcare, sir, but there will be adequate time, I believe, to do that. But healthcare has its own issues in terms of capacity and the movement of patients, particularly, and the speed of movement of patients, particularly in the tertiary care system. I do not wish to say I told you so. However, sir, I have to say it. I did say that if you expanded the A&E before focusing on the problems of flow in the hospital, you would only make it worse. And sadly, sir, for the sixth time, it has come to pass. I wish, sir, to dedicate tremendous energy and all of us to try to help to fix it. Now, sir, we spoke, most senators today spoke, with the exception of Senator Trim, as though Barbadians were readily accepting of others who came or will come. But I have a big surprise. I am now old enough to admit that we are terrible at discrimination. I see it in healthcare. The discrimination, sir. I see it in healthcare where persons who are entitled to public care, who speak with a non-Barbadian accent, will be slowed or sometimes denied, not by the healthcare professional, not by necessarily by the doctor or the nurse, but by the clerk, who might say, well, you have to pay for that scan. And in fact, you are entitled to have the scan for free, or you're an emergency, and we do provide emergency care. But sir, I'm reminded of, and I'm not bashing, I'm reminded of a memo that came from certain Minister of Health that said that persons who are not Barbadian citizens or permanent residents are advised to seek health care in an institution other than a QVH. I've kept a copy of it. I've kept a copy to remind me of how far up the ladder the discrimination goes. Sir, I would like to appeal to all of us, Barbadians, non-Barbadians, please do not discriminate against our Caribbean brothers. We Barbadians have had the privilege for a long time of traveling within the Caribbean and migrating within the Caribbean. And if you go to Panama and you hear a name like Verde, it is really a Barbadian green that has been changed to Spanish. We have spread our genes all over the Caribbean. And some of the persons that we discriminate against when they come here are our brothers and sisters who have returned. So I wish to close by, and if you remember nothing else that I've said, it's only this. Please, we must not discriminate against our own families. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Maynard. Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to wholeheartedly support this bill. I don't think it is any surprise to anyone that I, like Senator Trim, would be passionate about this. As an artist, I can say here, without any reservations, that the Caribbean has supported my journey and my profession as an artist, from the Bahamas all the way down to Guyana. And it would be remiss of me to even conceive not supporting anything that gives us the opportunity to really realize the potential of the creative industries themselves within this region. Sir, when we look at where we are today, I believe those persons who were members back then dealing with the Federation, wherever they are today, I believe that they'll be counting on us to do the right thing, to finish the job that they envisioned but were unable to complete. I want every single one of us in this room to think seriously about what this means, not just for ourselves, but for future generations. It has been mentioned over and over and over that the world is becoming more and more insular. It means that we ourselves as a region are going to be like, there's a t-shirt that says, Barbados against the world. Really, you can expand it to be the Caribbean against the world. And it's not that we have anything that we're against people, but because things are becoming more insular in other parts of the world, we get pushed further and further and further away from the big conversations that are going to affect geopolitics. If we do not understand the simple concept which all of us probably learned as children, Prime Minister talks about it a lot and I smile, the idea of many hands make light work. We have to. This is not even a plea for us to even consider. In American parlance, this is a no-brainer. Because at the end of the day, this region individually cannot survive in the global sense. It just can't. We don't have the resources, we don't have people, we don't have the knowledge in terms of technology and all the other things that are happening. But together, I believe we have a lot to offer ourselves to our own survival. I want you to think about this, because these are things that I guess with an artistic mind, I think things in a complete different way than most other people. Some years ago, Marvel came up with this wonderful movie that everybody was going berserk over, the Black Panther, and had this idea of Wakanda. This place where technology was, it's a utopia kind of place for persons. And the very first time I looked at it and I watched the movie and I thought to myself, well, why does this have to be fantasy? What stops it from becoming a reality? What stops 166 square miles from thinking that this is possible? What stops us from believing that we have something to offer the rest of the Caribbean and by extension the rest of the world in building out ourselves as that quote-unquote Wakanda? That place where people in the region feel that they can come and excel, from education to business, culture, innovation, whatever. Oftentimes in the manifesto we talk about Barbados becoming a hub. This gives us the opportunity as a testing piece between these four countries, and I'm sure that the West of the Caribbean is looking on, taking steps gradually, but thinking to themselves, let us see how this works. Because that's how we are in the region. When you think about, I'm gonna go too quickly because I know the time is getting short, but when you think about what a West Indies cricket team would have accomplished in the 70s and the 80s, you take your mind back to those things, the kind of pride that we had in the region, the kind of togetherness when, cricket was being played. Even from a musical standpoint, you go to a cricket ground and you hear Gypsy singing, Captain, the ship is sinking. There's a certain amount of pride, a certain amount of unity, a certain amount of identification as being West Indian or Caribbean that none of us in this room could deny. And for anyone to have the notion that because Barbados opens its doors, that all of a sudden, people who live good lives in other parts of the Caribbean are going to suddenly drop everything and descend on Barbados is a total madness, Mr. President. Or old people in particular. Think about it when we get serious about this. What old person who has lived all of their life, 70, 80, 90 years old in Belize, is going to get on a plane to leave to come to Barbados? For what reason? I can give you a story, sir, when they had a freak storm. An older man, I left home in the middle of the night to move him from the house that he was in, because I knew that house could not sustain in that environment. As we used to say when we were younger, I had gurgle to get that man out of the house. But you imagine, luckily, he gave in and moved. After it was over, when he went back, his house was destroyed. So he would have died in there if he didn't move. But this is how older people are. They're comfortable where they are. They're not going to get on planes to leave to come to Barbados to put strain on our social services. But where do we get these ideas from? But yet we forget that in the 40s and 50s, a lot of our people moved throughout the Caribbean in teaching professions, in nursing professions, all the things. I have relatives as far back as having Panama money and coming back to Barbados and picking up the whole family and going all through the Caribbean. Money ran out in St. Lucia. Money ran out in St. Lucia. So I got relatives in St. Lucia. I got relatives in Guyana. I got relatives in Trinidad. I got relatives all about to start here in Barbados. So this notion that for somehow that you have a false, almost superiority complex, that people are going to descend and depend on Barbados for a living. Is it parliamentary to say this is a nonsense, sir? I ask.
If you're speaking about something, you can call it that, but you cannot say that anyone is speaking nonsense.
Okay. Well, I will change my language. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. But it is important, though, that we have these conversations, because there are legitimate concerns that come out of these types of discussions with people in the general public. And it tells me that we need to do more in terms of our communication with the general public as to how these things, what are the benefits, and to also to listen to the concerns of persons so that we can alleviate some of the fears. Now, one of the things that I myself would always consider when you're moving to a different place, by the time you're small, you always say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Well, I have seen in Barbados that don't actually work. I give you some classic examples. Many years ago, anybody building a house would just put blocks on where it was, and that house would get built. No, boy wouldn't move anything. Lately, you look, you see blocks behind marks. No, think about it. These are very serious. Someone is building, and every block that is on the plot got a mark on it, which means that people are stealing. You had another case where, at one point in time, you're building, and you got copper and all these different things there, then all of a sudden, copper start disappearing. Let me get real. You understand? Different culture, different headset. Which means that when we are doing this, there must be some sort of programs that are put in place for, I guess you would call it, climatizing people, culturalizing them, whatever terms you want to use, so that you know that if you are coming into Barbados, these are the standards within which we operate. This is the culture. All of these things, you have to take them into consideration as you move forward. But we cannot find ourselves being in any form, shape, or fashion similar to our neighbors in the north. It just does not make good sense. And we can't always use these forums to project fear into the society. I've said it many times in this room. I came through the era in England of Enoch Powell. speaking about the darkies that they want out of England. Meaning, my parents, in some instances, the rest of the people from Jamaica, St. Kitts, wherever, the British high colonies who were in England at that time, after putting in all of their labor to help rebuild it after 2 wars, and this, the Windrush generation, I lived through it. Ain't nothing that the boy tell me other than my parents. And I would not, and I cannot, I can't think in those terms. Because I also know what diversity brings to the table. I'll give you a simple thing that I want you to think about. Most of us grew up in Barbados. A very simple thing that we might take for granted today. But I watch the simple things are the things that impress upon me most. When I was growing up, I knew that there was always a season for watermelons. You know, you get them at a certain time of year, and that's the end of that, till the next time come on again. Today, you could go anywhere in this island at any time, and you will find watermelons. And science is proving that this watermelon is exceptionally good and nutritious in terms of dealing with cancer and all kinds of other things. But when did this start? With the introduction of when Guyanese came into Barbados in droves and worked in the agriculture sector. You see the difference. And these are things that we cannot deny. So we can't bury our heads in the sand. You look at entrepreneurship, the masses, the different things coming from Trinidad and Tobago. Take a simple walk up to a place like Worthing Square. You can see the difference in Barbados when other persons come in. You know, I was at Worthing Square a couple days ago, and there was a man there doing his trade, and I get him almost like, I guess I was called Arabic food. You know what I'm saying? I can eat falafel and this, all these kind of things all sorts of stuff. But this is what comes when you have that diversity, as was mentioned by Senator Trim. The whole idea of medicinal plants and all of these other things that we take for granted, you know, you have that transfer of knowledge. But as was mentioned by Senator Malalu, I want us to focus more on what are the opportunities that present themselves for our people in the other territories. And I can see where persons like myself, who are in cultural industries and other things like that, who have had chance to work from hotels to music festivals to whatever else, I can see clearly where there are opportunities for promoters, for sound companies, for actual performers and all these to take advantage of this, because it gives you an open door where you can go to work. You don't have to reside, but you can go in and work, and you can partner with other people and do business, right? So it might not be a Burger King, which is an American thing, but it could be a Walter's Water, who knows? But it could be. But the opportunities are there, and it is for us as Barbadians to see how do we take advantage of it, rather than looking to see what advantages people are going to take in our land. And it's not difficult for us to do, because Barbadians often say you can go anywhere in the world and find a Barbadian. The only reason you can do that is because they left. Think about it.
It wasn't a joke.
Yes, they left. They left. So just in case people don't realize that, the only way you can say that is because they left. And so if you have that, and these are the people who travel out and go into other people's countries and send back remittances and do all of these things that we talk about, then we must be able to open our doors to our brothers and sisters from across the Caribbean. And sir, with those very few words, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator, the Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for acknowledging me and for affording me this opportunity to speak briefly on this bill. Like the other senators who have spoken before me, I too am supportive of this Caribbean Community Free Movement of Nationals bill. But before I even begin, I wish to apologize to Senator Trim for the way that young girl was made to feel in this country. Though I had nothing to do with it, I am a part of the society that caused that fear. And I pray that others will never have to experience that again, and to remember all those who would have in the past. And part of it comes, sir, because of a particular aspect of this bill that perhaps has not been focused on before. It was Senator Morris who said the problem has never been integration, but freedom of movement. But at a more granular level, it's not even freedom of movement, it's freedom of mass movement. And I wish to couch my words in the words of Walter Rodney, who said in his great work, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, whenever two civilizations meet, both are changed forever. And that in itself, sir, can cause the type of fear and trepidation that some persons may see surrounding this bill. But as I said, the problem has never been movement, it's mass. Because I too, like some of the other senators who have spoken, would call myself a Caribbean person. I was born on the island of St. Martin to an Anguillian father and a Barbadian mother. My paternal grandfather was from Marie-Galante, a small French territory. I have a brother who's Kittitian. I spent 2 years of my life here in Barbados, and then I migrated to St. Kitts for 11 years. And I can always remember in St. Kitts, where I lived in Cayon, I could sit there on the rectory wall and see when the lights are going on in St. Martin on a clear day. And when you drive around the island, you can see St. Eustatius, you can see Saba, and you can see all these islands, so you knew you were not alone. You always felt you were a part of something. If you went down to the Bay Road on the morning, you'll see the Nevisians coming across on the boats, and you look across the water and Nevis is right there. So you always felt like you were surrounded by others, and others were not a danger to you. They were not a threat. You never felt threatened by them. But Senator Trim's experience and mine in coming to Barbados are different, because as I would have said on several times before, when I came to Barbados, I thought it was paradise. Especially going to school. I mean, the benefits that you had in terms of what was being offered to you in the school system was like nothing I'd seen before. But I came just as a family from somewhere else. Senator Trim came as one who would have added to a group that was here. And whenever you have groups, persons perceive, and it is true, because once there's a group, you tend to hold on to your cultural ideals, rather than if you're an individual, you assimilate more easily. And so persons always feel threatened by groups. I'm not saying that it is the right thing that should have happened, but I believe that is what happened to us. And it goes back to our history, because as Black Stalin would have said, for us of an African descent, we made the same trip on the same ship, but we were just dropped off at different places. But the Caribbean presents a wonderful study of spatial isolation in a human system. Because in biology, there's this area of study in ecology called spatial isolation, where you can have a particular species, and it can get separated by an island, a piece of an island breaking off, or some group moving somewhere else, and the conditions are different. And over time, those two populations develop in such a way, because of the different conditions, that if you put them back together, they do not even mate. Well, I don't think that has happened to the Caribbean people, but certainly on a cultural level, a lot happened in those 300 years after we came on the same trip, the same ship, because we did not all experience slavery in the same way, or post-slavery in the slave way. Because the thing about Barbados, Barbados is the most anglicized country in the Caribbean. We never had the mass group of East Indians or Chinese coming in as happened in Jamaica and Trinidad. And so, for example, in Jamaica, we saw changes in how, when the two groups met, they influenced each other, to the point that in 1913, Jamaica had to introduce a law that banned a substance called Indian hemp, what we now call marijuana. And why did they have to do that? Because the East Indians brought it with them. It was a special plant for them. And they were also allowed to bring their spiritual people. And one group of Indian spiritual people is a group that are called the sadhus. And the sadhus are guys who wear locks and walk around all day smoking marijuana. But they pray for people, and people feed them. When the Africans in Jamaica encountered them, they were moved by them. And they started doing the same thing too, but they forgot they had to go and work. So productivity fell. And therefore, the law was introduced to ban this thing because it affected productivity. So that is one way in which, when two cultures meet, you can have a negative impact in some way. But we've seen the positive side of it. For example, if you speak to an Afro person from Trinidad, I mean, their experience is different because they have commingled with the Indian community in a way that has changed their outlook on life. And so you would get people like Brother Marvin singing Bahaji Bai, the Brotherhood of the Boat, that these two groups came together and forged something new. Or David Rudder, the Ganges and the Nile, when these two rivers met, these two groups met, it changed and created something that was totally different. So there are positive aspects and there are negative aspects to when two cultures collide. As I said, what has happened to us is that over the 300 years of slavery, there wasn't any travel really in between, and certainly not mass migration. This particular bill is introducing something new, which is the possibility of mass movement, even though, as many persons have said, we do not expect it to happen. But the question is, what happens if it happens? What happens if it happens? And it's really a question about what kind of Barbados are we bringing people to? What kind of Barbados are we inviting people to? I believe that Senator Malaloux made a very good point when he spoke to the citizen by investment issue. Because one of the things that we have to be wary of, as he outlined with the position of St. Kitts, where you have more persons who are citizens by investment than persons who actually live in the country. If a large group of those people move back, you may have what can be termed migratory gentrification, where people, a mass of people are moving in with larger sums of money, who are more affluent, and can therefore affect the way of life of people in the country. And I think that's an area that we can pay some attention to. Not that I know what we can do with it, but just to point out that it's there. And as Senator Maynard pointed out, you know, the possibility is always there that there can be a burden on our social services, because we do not know. So we have to prepare for whatever the outcome can be. We just have to prepare ourselves. We do not know. But certainly some of the positives of this movement can be, as Senator King said, the commingling of cultures to create something even greater than we have right now. The cross-fertilization of ideas and other things, which is what the University of the West Indies would have done in its early days. You know, we have developed, but I believe the University of the West Indies, in its initial idea, was one to produce cross-fertilization throughout the region where people intermingled with each other. But then suddenly you started having every campus having the same thing. And therefore that restricted the desire to move. Not that I don't know that we can change that now, but I'm just saying that it helped. And so you got Mac Fingal with his Calypso. No Bajan, because when the boys went down to, when the gentlemen went down to Jamaica and mingled, and the cultures mingled, they came back with Jamaican wives and so on. So all these things were there. So as I said, there has been movement, but what we're talking about now is mass. And with mass movement comes the collision of cultures. And then we have to look at what the negative impact can be and what the positive impact. In terms of Barbados, as Senator Drakes would have pointed out, while we support this, there are some things we need to fix, and fix like yesterday. Really fix urgently. Our Minister of Home Affairs said just a few days ago that many of the people who are going to DOTS are now teenagers. Mm-hmm. Teenagers in Barbados. It means that something is wrong with the social fabric of this country. Something is wrong with our culture. That's not what our culture used to be. And I dare say that an integral part of Barbadian culture that people do not like to talk about was church. Your faith. That is what helped to shape the society. And when I say faith, I do not mean any particular denomination or anything. Some church. You go and get some church when Sunday comes. So you will hear most Barbadians of a particular vintage say, I used to go to church in the morning and then Sunday school at a different place in the afternoon and all that. Get some church. And that was a part of our culture. When you went to school, you got more church. You were shaped. And the question is, how can we expect our young people to be like us when we are not treating them how we were treated? When we're not giving them the things that shaped us? Maybe we have progressed so much. And we believe that if you educate a man in mind and not in morals, he'll be all right. See? And so, what kind of Barbados are we bringing people to? Senator Malalu spoke about the enforcement of laws, simple things like the seatbelt and not sitting in the carriage of an SUV or whatever. But sir, I will go back to my pet area. We have a serious problem with smoking in this country. Everywhere you go, you're smelling herb about Barbados. You can't breathe properly. And the reality is that, I can remember Dr. Glenn Gale talking about tobacco way back in the 80s and warning people, and we made changes. But somehow everybody feels that this thing that we said was so dangerous. I can see Cassius Clay now with the girl with the skeleton suit come back home and come off the drugs, and you're begging people. And all of a sudden now, everybody walking about puffing something in your face. You talk to people in construction, you go on a construction site, you go out with a mask. You can't breathe. And not for dust. Something is wrong with our culture. And I'm appealing to the government again, pull back some of these things. At least restrict where you can smoke. Like in people's backyard, or you're going, where you got them now, the little, what they call them? You got shops. You got vape shops or what? Go in the vape shop and do what you got to do. Knock yourself out in there. But not in people's public spaces. And you talk about entrepreneurship. Every little boy feels now that he must be walking about with a sweetie tot under his arm. He hustling. He hustling. Well, I saw some the other day, they're not walking with sweetie tots anymore. They went and buy a whole basket thing, the plastic container, so they expand the business. And that has to be illegal. It has to be illegal. But right there in the open. So something is wrong with our culture. And so when we bring people to this country, when you bring the impressionable little young girl like Miss Trim to this country, what kind of Barbados is she coming to? When her parents decide to migrate because the father got a job or something, or just want to seek something better, and she comes and has to go into a school, what is she going to see? And so this bill is a little larger than what is on the paper here. And I want to implore us, I support it fully because I am one who has benefited tremendously from migration. And as I've said before in my first speech in this chamber, sir, I said I'm probably the most unlikely person to be here. It's not where I expected to be in my life because of where I came from. But I have always been and always made the determination that Barbados educated me, and whatever I have, I will use for the development of this country. And I know that there are others who will come and will endeavor to do the same thing. But when they come, let us create the type of environment where their children can thrive. Where some of these things, these nefarious things that are destroying our own young people, will be expunged from our society. And so I wish to commend the government for bringing this bill and being front runners in the region on it. And to just encourage all persons out there who are listening that there's nothing to fear in our Caribbean neighbors. There's nothing to fear in the others who are out there. They are our brothers and sisters. We may have experienced 300 years differently. There may be some nuances and some wonderful things, new exciting things that we can learn that can help us to develop. Let us embrace each other. And as has been said, conscious of the geopolitical situation in our region now more than ever, we must integrate as a people. Because as we've seen, as I said years ago, when a group of our leaders abandoned our people and went to sit in a mud room in a mansion in Florida, they betrayed the people. Because from then, the person they went to meet had already shown how he feels about us. And no matter what people offer, if we have to suck salt, we'll suck it together in this region. But we will work together as a people. We will work together as a people, and we will forge our own destiny. And we will not be bullied. We will not be bribed. We are a people. It was C.L.R. James in his work, Gramsci's Conversation on Hegemony, who said, nobody has ever asked what the West Indian man is capable of. Nobody knows what the West Indian man is capable of, because nobody has ever asked. This situation and the current crisis is asking us, and we must answer boldly that we are a proud people, and we are one people who have come from different places, even now. But together, we will build a strong region that will be a force to be reckoned with in our world. I wish to thank you for this.
Thank you, Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers. Senator Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to my fellow senators. It is good to come in the afternoon when it is peaceful and quiet. I'm coming after independent senator assist in the mood. But Mr. President, I just have a few questions and concerns that I'm going to zero in on in my discussion here, because it was widely accepted that there are real concerns that Barbadians have when it comes to the free movement of people. There is general acceptance from both sides, based on what I've heard, that question about housing is legitimate. Healthcare system and the state of our healthcare system is legitimate. Transportation, as well as education and other social services are afforded to citizens of our country. But one of the critical things is really, and a fellow senator alluded to it in terms of, from a different angle, but in terms of the spending power of citizens. And it's all wrapped up in labor, Mr. President. And I think one of the biggest fears is the labor situation in this country. But I do not approach my conversation from a perspective of if our jobs, local jobs, are going to be taken away. I want to ask the government about the state of labor today. The Prime Minister made a statement recently as relates to this bill before us, and she said broadly that the country needs people and skills. People to come to live and work here will fill that gap that exists. And I ask a genuine question on behalf of the people of Barbados. What are these skills and gaps that exist? Too often, the government makes these wide statements and do not substantiate them. What are the skills that are missing, and where are the gaps that exist? So if we are expecting those persons from those three territories to come to Barbados to fill those gaps and to fill those skills deficit, I turn to the Barbados Statistical Report Labor Force Survey at June 2025. And I will let the Chamber know that 8,300 unemployed persons are in Barbados. 8,300 persons are unemployed in Barbados at June 2025. 1,000 of those persons between the ages of 15 and 19, 5,200 between the ages of 20 and 44, Mr. President, and 2,000 persons between 45 and 64, and there are a handful of persons above 65 who are still seeking employment. So it baffles me that we have a skills deficit and a people's deficit, but yet we have such high unemployment numbers. The definition of an unemployed person is a person who is without a job, but currently seriously looking for a job and is available to start work. So these are not the persons that the government will get up and say that some people just don't want work. These 8,300 persons are currently out of a job, currently looking for a job, and are available to start work, Mr. President. 90% of those persons have previous work experience. In construction, last industry worked in construction was about 700 persons, transportation, 1,400 persons, hotel and retail, another 700 persons, accommodation and food service, which is restaurant and hotels, 300 persons, and admin and service support, another 700 persons. So we have persons that have existing work experience, looking for job opportunities, and they are unavailable to get those job opportunities in Barbados. Yet, on the other hand, we hear of a deficit in skills and that we need more people in Barbados to fill the gap. So the genuine and honest question that any right-thinking Bajan is asking the government to do is to please identify the skill deficits, please identify the gaps and unemployment numbers that need to be filled in this country. The report goes on to say that 900 persons are without a job under a month, 1,500 persons are without a job between 1 month to 3 months, 2,900 persons are without a job between 3 months and a year, and another 1,300 persons are looking for a job over 12 months, Mr. President. So you have at least 4,200 persons looking for a job over 3 months, but are unable to secure that employment. So where is the gap in skills and labor? I think it is about time that the government lays out clearly for Barbados how they see the gap of labor and how they see the skills deficit, so that we can assess what plans are in place to fill those gaps and those deficits. Because it's okay to, as was identified today, to invite people to come to our country, but we do not know who is coming. Will they add to these unemployment numbers? Is the question we now have to ask. Mr. President, I am sure that the government should offer this chamber a response, and they should give account also for some of the flagship programs that they have identified that was supposed to create skills, equip our young people with skills, and to create jobs. The National Training Initiative, Mr. President. I've heard in this chamber, members get up and prance around about how many people have passed through this program. A program that we were told was to give additional skills to those school leavers who needed them. We have heard that thousands of young men and women have taken these courses, and thousands of courses have been administered free on the portal. But Mr. President, yet we hear admission that we have a skills deficit in the country. Construction Gateway, Mr. President. Oh my goodness, you remember all of the gloating about this program. We are preparing for a construction boom, the country was told. And we are going to equip our young men especially with the tools to ready themselves for jobs. But in this chamber today, we hear that we are bringing in foreign labor to fill those jobs. We walk past the job sites and we see the foreign labor. But yet we still have young men and women in their thousands looking for work. So give us an update also about the construction gateway. And it's not good enough, Mr. President, just to say how many persons went through the program, how many persons have been placed after the program, Mr. President. That is useful information. So we, as a community of persons, as citizens, get to assess the effectiveness and efficiencies of these programs that continue today. Are they failing? Project Dawn, Mr. President,
Just a minute before you go on to Project Dawn, just give me 1 minute and have the Deputy President take the chair for a moment. Don't want to break your stride.
Would you proceed, please, Honourable Senator?
Thank you, Madam President, Deputy President. Project Dawn is another program that the country heard about. Again, a program to send our young men and women to learn additional skills, equip themselves for the world of work. But we have a contradiction from the government of having a significant skills deficit. So we have 3 major initiatives as identified by this current government, launched by this current government, but 6 years down, we are hearing that we have a skills deficit and we need people to come and work in this country, although the data shows that we have thousands of persons looking for work in the country. I watched the launch of the Barbados Job Register, or Registry, Madam Deputy President. And after the notice of this passage of new persons coming into the country from October 1st, I wonder if the Barbados Job Registry was really for persons that reside in Barbados, or if it was a facility for those who are expected to come to make themselves visible to employers in this country. That is a question that I have personally, not sure if it can be addressed. But you've asked our young people to go in a portal, submit their CV, and then I understand then that employers will have access to that database, which will then open up those persons that are on the portal to job opportunities. But is it restricted to only Barbadians is the question, or can anyone across the globe, across the region, register on the Barbados Job Registry and access jobs in the country? It is fitting, Madam Deputy President, that the government addresses this dilemma. The dilemma of having thousands of young men and women unemployed when matched with their own mouthings of we need skills in the country, we need human beings, people in the country to fill jobs. Well, on the other hand, having launched and executed for the last 6 years flagship programs that seem now to have borne no fruit. Madam Deputy President, the government needs to be honest. I don't think we have a skills deficit in this country. I think we are lacking in opportunity in this country, Madam Deputy President, an opportunity for those who already reside. A fellow senator also made a point that we have to deal with these issues regardless if persons come from Dominica, regardless of if persons come from Belize, regardless of if persons come from St. Vincent and Grenadines. So we need to start to create more opportunity for our people. But the labor issues go further. And I have been made aware, and we have sitting ministers in the chamber, that we have an increase in business registrations at CAIPO, or as we know it now, Business Barbados. In other words, more persons are registering businesses at Business Barbados. But unfortunately, it is not born out of entrepreneurial thrust. It is not born out of a self-imposed need to create a business or to become a business owner. It is now being forced by the government of this country, who are asking persons to be contractors while taking away their rights to be employees. Madam Deputy President. Madam Deputy President, we are speaking about labor, the limitations of labor as identified by this government and by this Prime Minister as a key reason why we should sign on this bill to encourage persons from Belize, St. Vincent and Grenadines, and Dominica to come to Barbados. But while we speak, and if you turn on your television tonight at 7 o'clock or tomorrow morning at 5:36, turn on the radio, 94.7, 98.1, you will see the same faces. You will hear the same voices. You will read the same names on the screens produced by executive producer, videographer, etc. with the programming. But the staff at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation have been made redundant, have been sent home and rehired on contracts. Almost all made redundant. Some have been placed on contracts. And another set of these former employees have been asked to go and register businesses and send in invoices. So now we have at the corporation staff contractors and freelance contractors. Yet the face of the organization has not changed. The faces behind the scenes in the operations have not changed. But these workers were sent home, the social safety net stripped from under their feet, job security stripped, mentally affected, and forced to form businesses. The worst form of employment, all promoted by this Barbados Labour Party government. This is the worst form of employment. When you disguise the employment relationship, people are still working, doing the same jobs, but CBC now has no obligation to them.
May I put you on pause or mute for just a minute while this president comes back in?
Thank you, Senator Walters. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I was saying, we are speaking about labor and how we treat our people and how we would potentially treat those we welcome in to work here. And this government, Mr. President, has made it a practice to move persons from full-time employment to contract work, disadvantaging them. It is the worst form of employment. What has happened at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation recently, Mr. President. Disguised employment relationship where people are still working for CBC under the same, pretty much under the same terms, but they're being asked to go on foreign businesses or they're being put on a contract, and CBC now has no obligation towards them. The staff have been locked out of national insurance contributions, any responsibility through illness, pregnancy, etc. No pension provision going forward. The social safety net has been yanked from underneath these workers. But they continue to do the same work, Mr. President, and by and large, operate as they did before. Labor is one of the single most important issues that persons are concerned with when it comes to the free movement of people in this country. Job security. But I raise these critical questions and I raise these issues to show that as much as this government is promoting free movement of people, it is disadvantaging its own citizens every single day in this country. You see, Mr. President, this sets a precedent across the country. And I have been in contact with young women, especially, who are looking for work. And when you look at their resume, they have worked in 7 places in 3 years because they cannot get full-time work anymore. Because the labor environment has shifted from full-time employment with benefits to short-time contract with no responsibility from the employer. All led by this government, as you saw it with the ash workers, as you saw it with the National Conservation Commission, as you've seen it or heard about it now recently with the Barbados, the Highway Beautification Program, where all of a sudden the young men have started businesses, so it's all sweet and dandy. So it's camouflaged into small business and entrepreneurship, but the people that are cleaning our streets, the persons who need the social security, the social safety net, no longer has it. The very vulnerable people in this community. Mr. President, one more issue that I think we need to look into is our National Insurance and Social Security Service. Because again, we are told that we have an aged population and we need to ensure that we have continuous contributions coming into our national insurance funds. I am calling on the government to issue the 18th actuarial review of the national insurance. I believe it becomes due anytime around now. And that 18th review will cover the national insurance funds between January 2021 and December 2023. And a lot has happened within our national insurance service since December 2020, when the last actuarial review was conducted, Mr. President. But why is it important? It is important because that review tells us how the different funds are performing, whether contributions are sufficient, whether pensions and benefits can be maintained, and what adjustments, if any, have to be made to the funds. In other words, it asks a critical question on behalf of employees. Is my future secure with the national insurance scheme? Mr. President, I'm looking at you and just now remembering that you play a pivotal role in my acts of this 18th actual review. But it is important for us to have it now, because
Is a work in progress not yet delivered from the actuary?
but Mr. President, it's very important because it is an independent assessment of where we are and the forecast of the funds. As I said, a lot has happened, and I would hope that we are working on it with intent to bring it soon. Because as I said, aged population, shrinking workforce, declining birth rates, growing immigration of our skilled young Barbadians, and now we're discussing immigration and citizenship laws and free movement of people. So it is timely. We need this to be part of the discussion. We don't need this after the discussion has completed 7, 8 months from now. But I ask, under the reality that there are questions still looming over the actions of this government as it comes to the national insurance funds. If you remember, in 2018, we had over $1 billion written off from the fund with the debt restructuring, Mr. President. We need to see what the results of those write-offs are now. We know that we are paying more in contributions. We know that the government has forced us now to work longer before retirement. But there are other implications, and this report is crucial because it tells the story of the result of those actions 6 years ago. I am concerned, and as a follow-on to my previous point, of this relationship between employer and employee and government and employee. Because when you have low unemployment on record, you should see an increase in national insurance contributions. You should see a growth rate that correlates positively with low unemployment. So if you had 10,000 persons unemployed in 2018, and you're saying now today, over time, you have 7,000 persons, 6,000 persons unemployed, 4,000 persons more are employed based on the statistics. We should see a healthy national insurance scheme. We shouldn't be concerned, because we now have to look to see if what I am saying is true, that the government has shifted and the private sector has started to shift and follow suit by starting to shift, and they are reducing their responsibility to workers who now cannot face another agency, who now do not have job security, who now do not have social benefits, who now do not have pension to look forward to, a practice that should not be allowed to continue in this small country. We also heard, Mr. President, about the debt swaps, but we did not hear about the reduced returns on the national insurance investments with the debt swaps. The debt swaps were hailed as fiscal victories, but I can tell you they have come at a quiet price, Mr. President. Because workers who invest in the national insurance have been forced to accept lower interest rates, while the high interest rates have been transferred to commercial banks and foreign investors, Mr. President. I remind the Chamber of the $1 billion of debt borrowed to repay existing debt at lower interest rates. A pattern that is of great concern to a lot of Barbadians, especially those in finance. But we have to keep a close eye, because a lot of the restructuring that's been happening with debt has been going straight to the national insurance. And there has to be a fallout in terms of the future of the national insurance based on what we have been told. So we've been told about savings, but it is coming at a quiet price to the workers who have contributed over the years. So, Mr. President, we have to look at the unemployment numbers in the country. We have to look at the practices which are largely unfair from this government, Mr. President, in terms of labor relations. And we have to look at the sustainability of our national insurance funds because of the policies of this current government. So I want to wrap up by just imploring this government, while we seek to extend our home to others, let us start to respect those who already reside here, who already pay taxes here, who already work hard here, who have already worked hard and have given their due. Let us respect our own people. Let us make sure that our workers are treated fairly. Let us not pull the social safety net from under their feet. Let us not boast on one hand of flagship programs that are supposed to improve skills, equip young men and women, but then on the other hand say we have a deficit in skills and we have a gap in employment. Mr. President, let us be honest with ourselves. Let this government be honest with the people of Barbados. And with those words, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Walters. Are there any speakers, or shall we close? Her Honour to Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe that there is life in the debate still. Black Stalin reminded us that we are one people who made the same trip on the same ship, and that we must have one common intention, a better life for our women and children, and I would paraphrase that to be politically acceptable today to say for our people and children. And that must be the ambition of the Caribbean man and Caribbean woman. And in fact, sir, this debate really is about how we define direction, introspection, policy, and future intent and positioning of the Caribbean and its people. It is really a question of how we continue to give life and what are the manifestations of Caribbean regional integration. And it is a debate which comes at a time when there is a rise of right-wing governments across the globe, and that these right-wing governments are largely characterized by anti-immigrant sentiment. And so one can hear no less than the president of one of the major countries, a major influential countries of the world, get up and describe the citizens of black developing countries as S-hole countries, sir. And I will not say it, but the reference is out there. You Google it, you know what was said and how black people and their countries were represented and defined and defiled in the international space. It comes at a time when overseas development assistance is shrinking. It comes at a time when those countries which have pushed developing countries like our own onto the precipice of the crisis of climate change, where a storm can blow us over, where high winds can keel us over, where hurricanes sweep us over. But they insist that climate change does not exist, that it should not be part of the international financing structure, and that really has nothing to do with them. Breath for yourself. That is the prevailing climate. And one of the things that is evident during this time, it is that small states cannot survive on their own. That they need coalitions of the willing. They need coalitions of support. They need coalitions of the like-minded. They need coalitions of those who, like themselves, are placed in peculiarly difficult and precarious positions, so that that support of one another can make the difference in the multinational space. The people of the United Kingdom, countries that close their doors and their borders, do not reach success. They become more and more insular. Countries that close their borders, whether it was the Great Wall of China or the Wall of East Germany, found that after a time, you had to open the space to others. Though the anti-immigrant sentiment that prevailed and allowed people to vote in favor of Brexit soon caused regret, because what they recognize is that their social and economic space and opportunity and job availability shrank, because England was no longer part of the wider space of the European Union. It was on its own, an island under siege. And therefore we in the Caribbean, we who made the trip on the same ship, we whose shores are washed by the same Caribbean Sea, we who originated in one land, must understand that our future is not separated and apart. Our future is standing unified and together. And therefore, this debate has to be located in the context of Caribbean destiny. What does it mean to be a Caribbean people? We can't like our brothers and sisters only for cricket. We cannot like the women I heard earlier about all the Guyanese girlfriends because they had long hair and their brownings and all of this. It has to have deeper meaning. It has to mean something that we are a Caribbean civilization, a Caribbean people, a Caribbean single market, an economy that resonates to the benefit of all our brothers and sisters, not just in this island, but in this region. This Barbados Labour Party, I'm proud to say, has always, from the time of Grantley Adams, supported the notion of Caribbean unity and Caribbean brotherhood. From the days of the Federation to the work done by Owen Arthur on CSME, to during the Tom Adams days when a whole number of people from the Eastern Caribbean who had come up here providing fruit and services, etc., were legalized because they had been here so long but never approached the formal system out of fear, and again when we did it in the 1990s under Owen Arthur, and when we joined the CCJ, even though the other side threatened to pull us out, and at each of those turns, those historical pivots that I mentioned earlier, the Democratic Labour Party stood in opposition on every occasion. And we are seeing today a posturing of support. I am going to support the measure, but the language is one of resistance. I am going to support the measure, but the implications and the arguments are arguments of opposition. And I don't mean of the opposition, but of opposition to the measure. And therefore, I want today to examine some of the arguments that I've heard in here and elsewhere. The first thing that amazes me is that if you hear how people are speaking, you would believe that there are people lining up in vast numbers at airports all across the three countries, not the whole of the Caribbean even, these three other countries, waiting to board planes. They're standing there with their bags, waiting to jump on to planes. And we have to be afraid because the hordes, H-O-R-D-E-S, the hordes are coming. And that the country is not big enough to receive all these people. When the reality is that the first person who benefited from the open borders or the free movement policy was a Barbadian in Belize. A Bajan in Belize. Not anybody from any of the three countries coming here. That is the irony of it. As people talk about it, the first thing I've heard people say, oh, and I heard them here, where you gonna find houses for all these people? And look at the QEH gonna break down here, and the education gonna suffer. When we had loads of Guyanese coming here, maybe 10, 15 years ago, the QEH did not collapse. The educational system did not fall apart. Social services was not overwhelmed. It is not going to happen now. The fears that are being fueled by those whose business it is to win a government by any means, by creating monsters and specters and ghosts and goblins and boogeymen and boogie women too, are riding these popular sentiments rather than saying to the population, peace be still. Peace be still. There is no crisis here or about to take us over because a particular policy decision has been made. Thousands of people are not going to suddenly flood our shores to create any kind of social or economic crisis. There are no disadvantages or no serious disadvantages to having a few Caribbean brothers and sisters come. And I cannot and do not support the argument which says, well, I ain't got nothing against them, but fix the society first. Let us have a perfect society before anybody else is allowed to be here. Okay, well, you know, nobody should wait more than 2 hours at the hospital. And until that happens, don't let anybody else ever come here. But this is what we are hearing, that somehow you have to create an all-perfect society in order to receive, what, 20 people maybe? 10 people? 5 people? Where does this fear come from? And I want to suggest, sir, and there are people who will quarrel about it, that as much as we talk about Caribbean unity and so, the reality is Barbadians do not like foreigners. And we are more welcoming of people who come from the US and the UK and the EU than of people who come from St. Vincent, Belize, and what's the third country? And Dominica. That's the reality. So we think that there is a benefit from the North American visitor or arrival, but a detriment in our Caribbean, or in our fellow Caribbean brother or sister. Well, that's our Caribbean brother or sister. There's some detriment from them. These are false notions. And this is why I said this is a point of introspection as we contemplate this policy direction not necessarily for ourselves, even though that is important, but in locating our place in the world that is now increasingly becoming hostile to small island developing states. So that even before there is any evidence that people are disembarking as a result of this new policy decision, we are hearing them already being blamed. Well, you must be careful about crime, because crime can now escalate as a result. We are hearing that they are going to steal jobs. The labor market is going to be adversely impacted. That nationals will lose their deserts and their privileges. And that healthcare, social services, education are all going to be put at severe risk. We have primary schools and secondary schools in Barbados which are shrinking in size because we don't have enough young people. There were more people in primary school in Barbados 20 years ago than there are today, but we're still churning out teachers. So if some people come from down by the islands or come from the Eastern Caribbean, more teachers will get work. Some of the schools will have to be expanded again. But I do not expect such large numbers to come as would skew or cause variations in these kind of social, cultural, and socio-economic dynamics. And I think that to push that line, that these things are going to be put out of whack, really is to plant very dangerous seeds in the minds of the population. Senator Trim spoke exceptionally well today, but out of an abundance of pain. I was ashamed to hear what she had to endure. But we know it is true because we used to hear how the Guyanese were treated. We know the contempt, the abusing, the insults that many of them had to endure when they were coming here in large numbers. The irony is they were coming to Barbados for opportunity at that time, and now many of our people are going to Guyana because Guyana is the fastest growing economy in the Caribbean and one of the fastest growing economies in the world. But we thought that Barbados would always be better than they were. And now, if they return to our people, what some of their people had to endure from our immigration society, facilities and from employers, because there were people who brought them in, encouraged them to come in, and then seized their passports and paid them low wages. There was a lot of exploitation in the marketplace, and I think that that is something against which we are going to have to guard. Some of what I have been hearing mirrors what I heard during an election campaign not so long ago, where a popular candidate was saying to people that the immigrants really needed to go because they were raping women, taking the jobs of nationals, and eating their cats and dogs. And that is all we have fallen short of. That last accusation of eating people's pets is the only one I have not yet heard people make. I mean, it has been so... People who are well-educated, people who travel, people who have lived overseas, people who will tell you that the brother, the second sister, the third cousin, the fourth uncle, all live Canada, New York, this place, the next, got this job, got the next job, from chauffeurs to university lecturers, are the very people who are saying, but don't let nobody come up Barbados. Here we good. Look, let me get on a plane, we going somewhere, I want a job, I got an opportunity, I take it. And a lot of Barbadians work down the Caribbean. I have had the good fortune, praise be to God, to run a consultancy where I had work all down the Caribbean and was able to employ and give work to others. because Caribbean governments were paying me to do a very specialized consultancy. So we Barbadians, some of the very people who are objecting are the very ones who themselves benefit from this movement of professionals. And again, the rhetoric has suggested that those who are coming are going to be low-skilled, barefoot, hungry, diseased, and just looking to take over Barbados, get work because the sucking salt where they are, bring the disease self here so that they could get free treatment at QEH. I mean, some of the things I'm hearing, even here today, even though they were framed very eloquently, were really ridiculous. You cannot get treatment at the QEH unless you are national or here legitimately. Otherwise, you have to pay. Or unless you are rushed in with an emergency, you're stabbed, your appendix bursts, you have a heart attack, yes. Otherwise, you have to pay for it. So this whole thing that they're going to get in and get free health care and Barbadians are going to be disadvantaged, or that the system, I mean, they would all have to be getting sick at the same time for the system to become so overwhelmed as to be unable to manage them. Or they would all have to come with severe diseases at the same time. And the reality is that these people are people just like us. These sentiments about their socioeconomic condition and their health standards are some of the things that I heard people say about black people coming to the United Kingdom and the United States. And now we are saying these things about our Caribbean brothers and sisters. I mean, it really is remarkable, and it is distressing. And it is even more distressing to me to have heard it in the formats that I heard it presented today, because with all the sophistication in the world, the arguments still remain the same kind of biased, condescending arguments. Let us look at some of the benefits and the disadvantages. Our population is not growing by natural birth. We have already had to make adjustments to the NIS in consequence of not having enough people to contribute to the NIS pool. And therefore, if there are increased numbers in our population, there are more people to pay into NIS and other social benefits. There are greater contributors, a greater number of contributors to the system. One of the other advantages, and we don't seem to realize this, when there were loads of Guyanese coming to Barbados, there was a much more vibrant rental market, because they have to live somewhere. Whether they are living in rooms, and living in rooms is common for migrant workers, and common for students, and common for young people in the first tier of their lives, okay? Whether it was rentals, or you go down in the Fairchild Street, the Granville Williams stand on a Friday evening and see the small businesses licking corks, to use a Bajan expression, making money because of the number of Guyanese who used to gather at certain places, certain popular watering holes for Guyanese, that being one of them. They had to buy goods. They have to buy services. They have to buy clothing. They have to buy food, all of which is being sold to them by Barbadians. We are benefiting from their presence. On top of that, sir, the question of whether they take our jobs or not, and what is going to happen. Now, I did not see the labor market survey to which the Honourable Senator Walters spoke, but I would like to interrogate some of the numbers in the survey. I would like to interrogate some of the numbers in this survey for a number of reasons. When you talk to Barbadian employers, and even from our own experience, the guy who does my garden, sir, I asked him to do an additional job for me. Said, Mr. Thompson, I can't get workers. I can't get people to do it. I cannot get people. Can't get gardeners. If you are looking for a housekeeper, people tell you, look, ma'am, I only work 5 hours, right? I just cook and I will wash, I don't press. Right? And so on. And so we have some attitudes in the workplace that are absolutely amazing. And people are telling you that they don't work for this or they don't work for that. Now, the reality is that a lot of migrant workers take jobs in this society that the indigenous population does not want, refuses to do. They do it for less, they do it well, and they push down the prices in the marketplace. You cannot these days get a mason, you cannot get a carpenter, you cannot get a plumber because of a dearth of skill, because of high intense construction at this time. And some of them will tell you, I come in. You lucky if they come. They will tell you, I come in, you gotta pay me half the money up front though. They come, they take the money to start the job, and they're breaking the next one on your time. All of this is going on in the marketplace, and therefore it is critical that you introduce additional labor to deal with some of these attitudinal and dynamics and labor availability dynamics. So it is one thing to look at the statistics in a society where there are a lot of social systems and structures to support people who don't work, who chose unemployment, and some who are, to use an old expression now that came up way back, I think, in the 70s, who are voluntarily idle. Voluntarily idle. If you look for work, the other thing that intrigued me about the numbers given by the Honourable Senator is that really they were very low. They were very low. If you have a labor force and you have unemployment at 6%, the numbers are in fact very low. And if you have a situation where 1,200 people take 3 months in a small society to get a job, that really is very fast. I'm not saying it is desirable to be unemployed. I'm saying when you look at labor market dynamics.
Order, please.
We can have a discussion about security in the labor force and job security and tenure in jobs. But this is not a phenomenon started by the Labour Party. The labour market all over the globe is going through upheaval and change. In fact, one of the other things that we have to look at, and I am watching it from a climate change perspective, is the fact that extreme heat is now impacting people in the labor force, particularly those who work outside. And that means that we have to review the hours they work, the length of time they work, the hours at which they come to work. So the labor force, the labor market, as we understood it, where somebody went into a job and worked on it for 10, 15 years, had insurance, health insurance, pension, and a whole heap of benefits. The child could come on the evening and everybody at the workplace, no, sir. For better or for worse, the labor market looks entirely different today. And it is not a Barbados phenomenon, it is a global phenomenon with which we have to also grapple. We have to determine Sir, one of the things we have to be concerned about is And there are people who work in construction. I'm hearing a lot about all these non-Barbadians in the construction sector, and I'm not saying that I have not also seen non-Barbadians in the construction sector, but I also see a lot of Barbadians working in the construction sector, and they are working for some significant sums of money too. I went into a gas station about 1 o'clock a morning. I had just left the office and was on my way home and was hungry and stopped to have a hamburger. And people at Redmond Village will tell you that they know when I leave the office late, because I would often pass through and have a Coke, yes, at 1 o'clock in the morning, or a ham cutter. So they make the best gourmet ham cutters, but I'm not advertising for that. It was a very interesting exchange. There was a line of people waiting for food service at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm suggesting that those of you who don't live, go out at night at these hours and going to some of the gas stations and other service areas, you would be amazed at the number of people of all ages. You'll also find out who is going out with who sometimes, and see people that really will shock you, but that's another story, sir. That's another story. And he said there was a line of people, and there was a young fellow. Sir, I would not have looked at him twice if I were a young woman, but that's not the point. He came up to, no, sir. He came up to a young lady who was in the line and said to her very loudly and very crudely that he would like to have intercourse with her. No. She looked as if there wasn't so many people around, I might contemplate it here. No, the whole gas station is now riveted toward this. And he then goes on to make the point, which is utterly fascinating, that he makes a lot of money. He said that he was trained in construction, he works, and he builds blocks. I can't remember how much per block, and that he had built so many blocks that week that he had $5,000 in his pocket. No. The point that I'm trying to make, sir, I mean, there's a whole different life out there, different to what we experience and how we think life is. There are people in construction and working in areas that we do not count, and a lot of them are not paying NIS. The Honourable Senator was making the point about he would see NIS go up. A lot of people who work in construction as self-employed contractors and subcontractors, and many of them are not paying NIS or taxes, and I am very concerned. Coconut vendors would be another typical example. So when you talk about the economy and people who are working and who are not working, and you start to look at both the formal and informal economy and how people are getting money and what they're doing with it, we have to try to ensure that a lot of these people are paying NIS, are able to support themselves when the cash runs out, and that they're not licking it out quickly, so that we are going to have people in the gas station at 1 o'clock in the morning. You should go with me sometime. It's such an interesting experience. So I introduced that to make the point that there was a lot of discussion about non-nationals working in the construction sector, that there are also Barbadians working in the construction sector, making a lot of money, not all of which are being counted in the formal economy, because many of them who identify as self-employed subcontractors do not pay NIS, and this is something that we have to be deeply cognizant of. Sir, the question arises, and you signaled to me that I have 2.5 minutes left. How do we see benefits and opportunities in the context of this policy as against seeing risks and dangers everywhere? It is a policy that can inure to the benefit of Barbadians in terms of prices in the economy, in terms of the availability of labor, and in terms of the growth of our economy and contributions to the national insurance scheme when in fact at a time when we need it. But a lot of the language of fear that is being put out there, which has been put out there in so many other areas and has come to naught, is going to have exactly the same impact here. That does not mean, however, that the government should not be cognizant of popular sentiment, even if it is not based on solid foundation or clear reasoning or genuine risk, but the fear of what could happen. That government must not take measures to talk the country through this, to show to the country via exposure of the immigration numbers that there is no flood of persons, that remind them that there has been no collapse of the Caribbean people. How do we define it? Do we see ourselves as having a common future? Or are we just going to continue to say, I'm a Caribbean man and I like my brothers and sisters, but don't let them come out here. I like them when they're out there, not when they're here. Our future, our destiny has to be as a united Caribbean people, pushing Caribbean culture, creating Caribbean opportunities, and in a world which is increasingly abandoning small states, it has to be about how we create opportunity for each other and build our societies and economies together, sharing that common culture, that common history, and that common Caribbean Sea, which washes our shores. I am much obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thompson. If there are no speakers, Senator Cummins, you'll wrap up. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, there's an eerie sense of deja vu in this debate. I was present here 22 years ago when the bill to incorporate the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas was debated in this place. A lot of the themes that we have heard today were mentioned in that debate. Senator Parks is not in her seat at this time, but we could all remember same or similar types of contributions. Mr. President, the Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow, when he signed the original treaty establishing the Caribbean community and common market, he delivered a speech on the 4th of July on that occasion entitled A Giant Step for All of Us. And he was bold enough to admit that we have been a people that have been imbued with the sense of our own inadequacy. We established CARICOM then on a narrow basis of functional cooperation, foreign policy, coordination. But the original CARICOM was meant to deal with trade in goods, not movement of people, not even trade, not even free movement of capital, not free movement of people, or the ability to provide services in our own Caribbean countries. Article 137 of the 1973 treaty merely stipulated that the Council shall examine ways and means for the introduction of a scheme for the regulated movement of capital within the common market. The regime for the movement of capital was restrictive. Capital can now move freely within the single market and economy. The restriction in the original treaty was in relation to the free movement of skills was even more draconian. The original Article 38 of the 1973 treaty says nothing in this treaty shall be considered as requiring or imposing any obligation on a member state to grant freedom of movement to persons into its territory, whether or not such persons are nationals of other member states. So what we created in 1973 expressly forbade the movement of persons within the CSME, within CARICOM. So the pre-CSME schemes of regional economic integration were designed to facilitate movement of goods. The strategies were inward-looking. They were protectionist, import substitution programs that did not properly facilitate the growth of modern businesses or a commercial culture in the Caribbean, with the diversity and the critical mass, technology, capital, and research and development capacity that is no part of our lived reality. Despite a commitment to regional economic integration in the pre-CSME era, Caribbean countries, Mr. President, proceeded to put over 450 restrictions on economic trade and activity amongst themselves. These were removed with the establishment of the Caribbean single market and economy. There were laws and restrictions on every conceivable type of transaction between Caribbean countries, expressly prohibiting free movement of capital, expressly prohibiting movement of skills, technology in the region, and severely limiting the capacity of Caribbean nationals to establish and operate enterprises within the region. So the potential for economic growth and development was buried beneath an avalanche of restrictions in each territory. And in 2003, we sought to make a fundamental change. The movement of people within the region is our lived reality. But we must accept that the original founders of CARICOM were determined to walk slowly in the direction of the free movement of people. Later, Mr. Barra in 1986, after winning government, addressed the heads of government conference with these words: if we have sometimes failed to comprehend the essence of the regional integration movement, the truth is that thousands of ordinary Caribbean people do, in fact, live that reality every day. In Barbados, our families are no longer exclusively of Barbadian by island origin. Mr. Barr went on to say that I should like to believe that we are all committed to the principle of mobility and people interaction. To the principle, I repeat. And that we have an obligation to think and go on thinking of ways how such a principle might be applied without imposing on any territory a greater strain than the resources are able to support. Mr. Barr engaged in a self-critique of the regional integration movement up to that point in time. The regional integration movement was a lived experience of Caribbean people, but that we were not able to institutionalize, inform. He contended that one of the biggest failures, Mr. President, was our inability to communicate. Regional integration had become too much about trade and not about the cultural history and common experience deeply embedded in Caribbean peoples. And he cited Professor Rex Nelford, who championed the idea that the collective wisdom and intellect of our Caribbean people are yet to be tapped and given central place in the development strategy of our nations. And I'm taking the time to go through what one of the early founders of CARICOM was speaking about some 13 years after it was established. 3 years later, we signed the Grand Arch Declaration to revise the Treaty of Chaguaramas and pave the way for the creation of the Caribbean Community, to move from the Caribbean Community and Common Market to the Caribbean Single Market and Economy. So the founders' dreams were being actualized and institutionalized in a way that Mr. Barr had beckoned us to look at. Shortly after that, in 2003, we created an important institution within the context of regional integration called the Caribbean Court of Justice. In 2005, Barbados and Guyana were the original signatories to the appellate jurisdiction of the court. Belize followed in 2010, Dominica in 2015, and more recently St. Lucia in 2023. So the majority of countries in the Caribbean are still having their final appeals being heard by His Majesty's Privy Council. The court is now 20 years old and has served the region well. And it's helped to build out a framework for Caribbean jurisprudence. The lived reality of Caribbean people have become part of the global discourse of law and justice. In one of the seminal judgments of the court, and I cite this part of the judgment to explain the importance of understanding the court's role in driving community law. The court, in one of its judgments, declared that by signing and ratifying the revised treaty, and thereby conferring on this court a compulsory and exclusive jurisdiction to hear and determine disputes concerning the interpretation and application of the revised treaty, the member states have transformed the erstwhile voluntary arrangements in CARICOM into a rule-based system, thus creating and accepting a regional system under the rule of law. What does that all mean? We are hearing that the government has gone ahead and embraced this regime without passing this bill, and therefore we got it wrong. Mr. President, community law is law. And a state that is a signatory to a treaty has legal obligations in international law to apply international law even domestically. In other words, these judgments of the Caribbean Court of Justice explain that while we are a dualist state and a treaty cannot be incorporated unless it is passed by way of domestic legislation, the mere signature and ratification of the treaty creates legal rights and responsibilities for the state at the community law level. In other words, we are bound by community law. And in one of the more important decisions of the Caribbean Court of Justice, they have explained, Mr. President, that the principle of the rule of law requires the state to give effect to its international obligations, even domestically. Treaty-compliant behavior therefore creates community rights. That was the basis of the Myrie case. But we hear that the government has a responsibility or obligation to explain why Trinidad is not involved in the freedom of movement and why Jamaica is not involved, or even Guyana. Trinidad is the seat of the Caribbean Court of Justice, but it has not accepted the jurisdiction of the court. Jamaica, our largest English-speaking Caribbean country, has demonstrated a stiff resistance to move away from a judicial fealty to His Majesty's Privy Council. In Trinidad, the government that signed or brought the treaty in to be, so the agreement to establish the court into being, when it got into opposition, did not support the very treaty that it signed. And Trinidad has been doing that by changing of government. In Jamaica, their process of constitutional reform has been thwarted because while they are discussing the process of removing His Majesty the King as their head of state, the opposition party has said, we want to remove the Privy Council as well. And there's no support for that process by the government, so that Jamaicans really don't have much access to third-tier appellate justice. So when someone tells you that this freedom of movement is being compromised by the fact that not all the countries in the Caribbean are part and parcel of this arrangement, that is the same kind of thinking that pervaded the breakup of the Federation. And on Monday, when I was traveling back home, I had an opportunity to speak with a great man, Sir Isaac Vivian Richards. And he was making the point that the very countries in the Federation that spoke about these small islands coming and taking away jobs in Jamaica and Trinidad, there are no more Jamaicans in Antigua than any other country. It is those countries' peoples that are moving to the Eastern Caribbean in search of work. And I cannot speak for the government of Guyana, but what right Bajans will have to be seeking freedom of movement into Guyana after we have treated the Guyanese people so badly? What right? Guyanese have gone back home. The economy is growing, and the government is taking care of the people there. 2 and 3 months salary bonus at the end of the year in the public sector. So that the notion, Mr. President, that this freedom of movement lacks efficacy because certain countries in the Caribbean are not involved is a false and fallacious argument. I remind you that Bahamas is not part of the single market and the single economy. They decided they would not be a signatory to the revised treaty of Chaguaramas. That is their sovereign right as a people. It has not affected the rollout of the regime. Mr. President, the politicization of free movement of our people in the Caribbean for the sake of evoking nativist sentiment among the population is not new. It is an old strategy as old as party politics in the Caribbean itself. Mr. President, ever so welcome wait for a call was a political dog whistle meant to satiate those baying for the destruction of the single market and economy. I term them the modern day political Luddites. And we went around this country attacking the then government. You heard that Oinafa was taking care of the Caribbean and not taking care of Barbados. That was the prevailing sentiment of the day. I want to suggest, Mr. President, that if we look at the two major decisions of the Caribbean Court of Justice, we can explain the embarrassment that this country faced as a consequence of the political defrocking of Mr. Barrow's vision for regional integration, led by the Democratic Labour Party. The Myrie decision, Mr. President, came about as a result of a 2007 conference decision that gave Caribbean nationals the right to indefinite entry in every Caribbean country. At present, you turn up, you have the right to entry for 6 months. That right is not enshrined in any domestic legal arrangement. But the Caribbean Court of Justice held that it is an enforceable community legal right, giving effect and legal certainty to community law even within Barbados. And Barbados argued some of the most spurious things in that case, that the conference decision made by the heads of government was not a decision within the meaning of Article 28 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. A conference decision was not a decision. That was the argument of the Barbados government. Another decision is the Ventos decision, something that I happen to know about. The Representation of the People's Act in Barbados provides that you can vote in an election in Barbados if you're a Barbadian citizen or a citizen of a Commonwealth country. The Electoral and Boundaries Commission decided that Commonwealth did not mean black people from the Caribbean. It only meant people from Canada, Britain, New Zealand, and Australia. So Caribbean nationals who are working here under the free movement of skills, the skilled national regime, could not vote because the Electoral and Boundaries Commission were telling them that you are not allowed to vote because you are a skilled national. Their interpretation of the law was that you are not a Commonwealth citizen. Commonwealth did not mean people from the Caribbean. And the government of the day fought tooth and nail. On election day, Mr. President, in 2018, the courts had to open the polls up to between 8 and 10 o'clock at night because people were now registering to vote and exercising their franchise under the law. So when you hear the statements that this legislation is meant to plump the voters list, you now begin to see the apex of their mendacity. A political party, Mr. President, whose primary spokesman or spokesperson on education in a recent by-election could not get or save her deposit, couldn't get 500 votes. What would the Barbados Labour Party have to bring legislation when you had more than half of the candidates couldn't even get 1,000 votes in the election? But understand the defrocking of Barrow's vision for the freedom of movement. And one of the things Mr. Barrow said was that we should not separate the difference between manual labor and intellectual labor. The skilled nationals regime went in the opposite direction to what Mr. Barrow was referring to in 1986, but we walked slowly towards freedom of movement. In other words, the intellectual snobbery that said that, okay, only people who have university degrees, only entertainers, only media workers, journalists can move free. Everybody else can't move. Mr. Barr warned about that. This bill is correcting that anomaly. Mr. Barr said that in 1986. So, Mr. President, we have a situation where this legislation, when passed, will make provision for people from 3 other territories or 4 territories to move freely within each other's territory. The Prime Minister St. Vincent and the Grenadines is in today's paper being quoted as saying, it is a right already established at the community law level in all Caribbean countries, and they happen to agree with him on that. And you would notice, Mr. President, that none of the provisions of this bill are making any amendments to the Immigration Act. None. So the notion that we had to pass legislation to give effect for people to come into Barbados on October 1st was, again, a flawed interpretation of the law. I didn't understand, Mr. President, that these abstract concepts of community law and the application within the country domestically can confuse some people. But I don't believe that the leader of the opposition is confused on this subject. It is a deliberate attempt to enter a nativist discussion on freedom of movement. I had a number of experiences, Mr. President, just as disconcerting as Senator Trim. I traveled with my wife many years ago, and the customs officer asked her if she came to Barbados to dance. To do it? To dance. Most of you know me well. So I responded, you can't dance. By what Sir David Simmons once said, the indecorous venting of the Barbadian spleen. That is how we treat Caribbean people. I also know of an experience where a young lady who was working at Palmarine, studying at Palmarine, from Trinidad, was dragged out of a class by police and immigration officers because her brother, who was visiting Barbados, boarded her car, did not have the international driver's license at the time, got in an accident which he did not cause, so they charged him for driving without the license, and charged her for aiding and abetting him. And that crime meant that she was going to be deported out of Barbados. This is the lived reality of people in the Caribbean under ever so welcome wait for a call. And the Democratic Labour Party is trying its best to walk away from that political legacy in this debate, pretending that it didn't exist. And as I said, it was a dog whistle. It was meant to evoke in people a sense that we were doing something wrong as a government. It comes up again. Most honorable senators have spoken well about the whole concept of freedom of movement. I am a Caribbean man at heart. Travel the Caribbean, work in the Caribbean regularly. I wish I was doing it before. But I can tell those within the earshot of my voice, seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. This freedom of movement within the Caribbean will open up opportunities for all of our people. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of movement between people. My daughter's school, there's an exchange program between Champion College and Harrison College. Champion. They go 1 year up to Jamaica, the Jamaicans come on the next year. We need more of that. And one of the things that I regret is that when the law faculty decided to open up a faculty in Jamaica and one in Trinidad, it meant that the cultural melting pot that separated KFIL as a distinction. Yeah, well, he wasn't a reverend then, but we know about the Vatican and the embassy. We all benefit from those relationships. So I must tell you, we can scarcely go to any Caribbean country without being taken care of by our friends and colleagues. So much so that when you travel now, you have to hide and don't tell anybody because you have so much things to do that you can't go online the night before you got a case or what's not. Well, at least I'm not young enough to do that anymore. But freedom of movement, Mr. President, freedom of movement is the actualization of the dream of the early founders. The self-critique that Mr. Barra gave in 1986 on the slow march towards it, today is being actualized. You haven't heard anybody from the opposition speaking to their founders' philosophy in the debate. And I find it curious, Mr. President, why they would abandon the central ethos of regional integration by their founder. Mr. President, C.L.R. James, in the agony of the eight, said, no one knows what the Caribbean is capable of. No one has tried to find out. This bill, sir, is an exposition in that direction, exploring freedom of movement within the Caribbean. And I close by choosing any one of the oracles of Caribbean social history and discourse. The young Khalees, popularly known as Black Stallion. One race, from the same place, on the same trip, on the same ship. And we work with one common intention for a better life for the region, for the women and the children. And that will be the ambition of the Caribbean man. I'm obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Nicholas. Senator Reid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm mindful of the time and that a lot of words have been used and said during the course of the day. And I want to deviate from some of the tone and ways I typically speak in this chamber, which tends to focus on commerce and strategy and the economy. I was tempted to change my mind about that when Senator Walters said some things that I disagreed with in terms of rate of employment and not factoring the need of the evolution of economies requiring skills that it didn't need 10 years ago, from, I don't know, cloud engineers to AI engineers to energy, gridless energy managers, and all range of different new skills that any developing country has to acquire and advance and needing to acquire new skills to go forward. And some of the disagreements I would have had in terms of some of the stuff said by Senator Drakes in terms of the direct relationship between migration and the growth of economies of small countries. And the data is there, and you can check it for yourself. Malta, Singapore, that we all like to quote, Iceland, Ireland. There's a direct relationship between growth of migration and growth of those economies. And so it's not hard to see the correlation between all those things. But my interjection is not for that. My interjection is really to connect with the bravery and the humility expressed by Senator Trim in her presentation. And at the risk of overshare, which I typically don't do a bit of that. And tell a little story about my reality of being someone that wasn't born here, moved here, got dedicated to being here by choice, and being born in a country where my last name, I only knew one other person with my last name, and that was my father. And so when I was about 5 years old, I remember it very well. Maybe that's why I like data and research. I used to look in the directory to find Reeds in St. Lucia, and there were no other Reeds. So it made me curious about how do I have this last name? And I got the most roundabout stories of a Barbadian man who went to Panama, who met a future Prime Minister of Barbados, of St. Lucia, John Compton, who convinced him to go to Curacao to work for an oil company, who met a woman from St. Martin, who then was convinced to go to take a job in St. Lucia and had my father, right? That's one side. And on the other side, my grandmother, great-grandmother, whose last name is Prosper by marriage, but her maiden name was Boyce. And her father was a white man from St. Lucie. So that's how the story goes, right? So And I didn't know this, And so there I was, 5, 6 years old, living in a place where was my home and I connected with at the time. I'm a kid. And I moved to a place eventually, and you can imagine my shock at 10 years old, opening the directory in Barbados and seeing pages and pages of reads. And all of a sudden I said, okay, maybe there's a connection to be had there. But in telling that story, and I carry those with me, I also carry with me, and I'm not trying to do a trauma comparison to Senator Trim, but migrants carry with them scars that make you more driven in some ways, more focused in some ways, that people who are in spaces where they feel a sense of comfort because they're from there don't always understand. So going through an immigration line with 2 parents who were CARICOM Skills National but traveling by yourself and being nervous going through the immigration line and having to sit down on a bench for hours and your parents are waiting outside with you and there's no word going out. I've experienced that. I've experienced, as a kid, standing up outside the immigration office and immigration officers talking down to you as 10, 11, 12 years old, waiting in the sun, waiting in the rain, whether you get the stamp or not get the stamp. I experienced that. I've experienced not being able to get into a school, and I probably never said this publicly, I'll do it now. Major U. Barker, God rest his soul, was the only principal which would accept a young student who had parents who were CARICOM Skills Nationals but didn't fully have his CARICOM skills that day. There's a gray area as a 12-year-old, but he let me in because he believed in regionalism, right? And then, same story, Roshana shared. Anytime somebody got angry with you, would tell you, I'll get $75 for you. He's a foreigner. And all the range of different things you have over a period of time. And you steel yourself to it, right? You grow and you steel yourself to it. And you just go through life experiences driven by a sense of survival in a space that in some ways is so welcoming, but in other ways is just acrimonious to your presence. And it's an odd thing to manage. And then you have some sort of weird Stockholm syndrome effect that Roshana's clearly had, where your abuser becomes the thing that you love. And you fast forward 30 years and all of a sudden you're a senator in the government trying to help it develop, right? Because it's a place that you choose, because some of its core values and some of the people that you meet here are the best you see on planet Earth. And so you understand that there's no perfection to be sought. There's nothing that is going to be utopia. There are going to be good places that have bad things they do about it, and you're going to work every single day to try to make it better. And that's the core of the work, right? Everyone who's in this room has chosen to give up his time, their energy, for a vision. Different strategies, and we accept that. Different points of views, we accept that. But we're here for a common purpose. And migrants are no different, right? Whatever stages, right? Whether I'm a plumber, a gardener, whether I'm a brain surgeon, whatever, and I'm going to the place for an opportunity, I'm doing so largely for non-nefarious purposes. I'm doing so largely, and when I say largely, I mean largely. There's lots of data on it in terms of global migration. People don't like to leave the countries they're from. Global migration is so low, 3% of global total populations. People only leave when they're in bad circumstances or extraordinary opportunities. The data is overwhelming. So if I have an incredible job, or I have a very, very bad circumstance, I don't leave where I'm from. People are comfortable. You could look at Amajit and Bandy and Amit San, and a bunch of economists have done this work, so this is not just for me, you could do the work. And people leave not in overwhelming droves. People leave at very targeted periods of time, and people leave when they feel comfortable that where they go, they could be safer and make greater contribution from where they were previously. That's just the reality. Those are the numbers. So there are people that have incredible stories of going to Silicon Valley and doing incredible things, or going to Boston or going wherever and doing incredible things. And there are people who will never hear their names, and they've traveled and did incredible things for their families. Bellmen, taxi drivers, janitors, bus drivers, moving their families forward as a result of leaving their homes to go to their places. Not becoming heroes, not becoming saints, just being good people doing good work. And that's largely the migration story. It's nothing sexy, it's nothing over the top. The sensational stories are few and far between when you look at the percentage numbers of the vast majority of people who move. It's people who just want to do better for themselves, saw a window of opportunity, took the window of opportunity, kept their heads down, and did the work, and lived their lives. And so the fear-mongering and all those things don't make any sense in context of the numbers. There's arguments on one side saying that we don't have enough flights, and the other side saying that too many people are going to come in. I mean, it's contradictory is an understatement. It doesn't make any sense. And so when we remove the emotion of all of this and just drill down to the numbers are simple. People leave where there's opportunity. If there's abundance of something, people are not going to leave that place to go to that place to do something that is not readily available to them. If all the jobs were taken up, people won't come to Barbados. If all the things that are required that Barbados needs for its growth, people won't come here. But because we need it, and we need a surplus of it to grow, people are going to be interested in going here if we do the right things. I've declared my hand very early on in terms of being always glass half full, glass three-quarter full. And I see the opposite of all of this. I see if we can crowd in 1,000 people a year, I don't know the number, and those people have the ability to buy and own houses and build them, send their kids to school, do work that wasn't previously done, open businesses, import things, do whatever necessary. What is the growth they will trigger? What is the good they will do by their presence? That fundamentally, it's a growth strategy, not something to be worried about, something to be managed 100% and done well, but fundamentally, it's part of a growth strategy. And then we strip away the growth strategy and go a little bit more philosophical, like many of the people have done here done. What is the story that we're telling about the Caribbean? That it's a construct created by people that wished us no good. And despite the no good that was wished for us, we managed to survive, thrive, do well, and we want to do better. And the artificial lines of boundaries that are constructed by water is not a real thing, because Bahamas has 700 islands, Indonesia has thousands of islands, Philippines has thousands of islands, and we choose to be small, tiny, separated sovereign states in a model, if you ask me, really doesn't make any sense. That you have an opportunity to respect sovereignty while optimizing and realizing the truth that you're too small, so certain things you cannot do well unless you collaborate. That's a good plan to me. And I have a hard time understanding how that's not a good plan to anybody else. Now, are we going to agree on every single component? Of course not. But overall, is it a good plan? It's a good plan. And it's a room in here where people have so deeply benefited from the idea of a Caribbean. From an emotional perspective, from a marital perspective, from a business perspective, and then you stretch it out to people who are not in this room, whether it's vendors trading, whether it's artists and cricketers playing, whether it's people who have weird insular views, yet still, if you go into their household at Christmas time, their aunt from St. Vincent, their neighbor from Jamaica, that we are a regional story whether we like it or not. So what are we fundamentally fighting? What are we fundamentally fearful for when it already exists? We already are an example of this existing. The only difference is that we tapped on the word free, and we already established the flights are free. The flights are quite expensive. So to get here in the first place, you can't conceptualize it as being free. And so this notion of causing pockets of society to rally against something that is so natural for us to do because we're born in this space is not a political battle that's worth fighting. It just really makes no sense. There are other things, of course, that are more tangible, that make more sense. This isn't one. This is fundamentally not one. I want to end by connecting to a point that Senator Rogers made. In my experience as a kid, growing up in St. Lucia, driving down from Groseley to go to primary school, there's a certain point in time when you hit the highway, and if you look on your left, you could see Martinique. It's there clear as day, and on the cloudy days, you can't see it. And then when you got older and you start traveling to the Caribbean islands, you go to Antigua, you can see the islands. You go to St. Martin, you can see the islands. Anguilla is right there when you St. Martin. When you go St. Kitts to the islands, they're right there. So at some point in time, it dawned on me that that distance, that 170 kilometers between Barbados and St. Vincent, is just too much, just a little bit too much for you to see the neighbor. And that feeling of separation because you don't have a visual connection is damaging. Fundamentally, it is damaging. Because in other places, you don't have that same reality. But just because it's just beyond our imagination doesn't mean it's not there. And that's the fundamental point where we have to understand about the Caribbean free movement and the CARICOM society. Just because it's just beyond our eyesight doesn't mean it's not there. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Cummings, please write up.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to wrap up the debate today and express my appreciation to all of the honourable members who have spoken. Today we've heard a range of things being spoken of and a range of issues being raised, and I want to, as is my norm, attempt to address some of them. Mr. President, I will come back to Senator Worrell in a little bit. I will not start there, but I will come back there. But, Mr. President, I want to say to some of our members that it is okay to acknowledge when the government has commenced a good work. It is okay not to say it almost grudgingly. There is no circumstance in which this government has not consulted, demonstrated an openness to continuing to consult. There is no circumstance in which this government does not hear concerns and then respond to those concerns, even when it then lends itself to someone or someone's saying that we can't make up our minds. It is okay to acknowledge that the government has spoken and has continued to speak on matters relating to regional integration and to free movement. It is okay to acknowledge that the government has invested and commenced investment over the last 7 years now in our social infrastructure. It is okay to acknowledge that, especially when you are offering independent thought. It is okay to say that. Now, I want to address some of the specific things that have come up and have been raised. We have been raising and listening to the concerns. The call-in programs in newspapers are not color-coded. We most certainly read them, hear them, meet them in the constituencies, have ideas forums, town hall meetings. There's a citizens hotline in the office of the Prime Minister where people are able to raise concerns and have them responded to. It is okay to know that and to acknowledge that. So, Mr. President, on the question raised, therefore, by Senator Boyce, the government is hearing those concerns. Questions raised about social infrastructure by Senator Drakes, questions raised by Senator Rogers. Those are all things that have been simulated and are being considered by the government. And you have seen, and in this chamber, from 2018 until now, we brought so many bodies of legislation, spoken of so many policies, navigated so many budgetary cycles, budgetary statements, estimates of expenditure that we know what money is being spent and on what, navigated loan contracts. It is easy to acknowledge that there is ongoing work which has started and you can see. So, Mr. President, I want to respond then to Senator Malalu on the question of citizenship by investment. And I believe that Senator Nichols, in his contribution, acknowledged that the Immigration Act does not enter this discussion on freedom of movement. There is a separate body of work on immigration and on citizenship that is going to select committee and has already also started. That does not have anything to do with what is before us. However, in the instance where we are navigating citizenship by investment programs, where persons have not been resident in one place or the other, and they have been given citizenship there, then our immigration officials, impacts, all of the other agencies, and this was said in the other place, they are still there and with the authority to determine under what circumstances persons will be given landed entry into the country. It doesn't change the ability for the purpose of the limited scope of exemptions under the existing Immigration Act, where the immigration officers, before they declare you as landed, can make a determination as to whether or not you meet any of the exemption criteria. You are a national security risk, and therefore you cannot enter the country. You are a tax on the government purse, also cannot enter the country. Those things remain in our laws and are just as applicable. And I continue to make the point that even though each time we come here for a specific piece of legislation, they are correlated to the rest of the suite of pieces of legislation that exist in our legislative portfolio. The lawyers may call it something different, but all of our laws have to be read together. They're not ever read in isolation. So I wanted to address that. In terms of age limits that attract people, equally so, the same comments would apply. That is a matter for immigration or the citizenship bill, and I believe that those matters now going to select committee can rightfully be interrogated there, because there are some elements in that legislation as it has been laid in the other place for a committee that do speak to queries about how you attract skills and in what sectors. And that also relates to the question that was raised by another member in a different contribution that I will come to. I want to acknowledge Senator Andrea Boyce for his comments. Senator Roshana Trim is not here at this point, but I know she is listening. And I want to publicly, as I have done privately, congratulate her on an excellent presentation. Senator Walters, in his contribution, spoke about the statistical department. And one of the things that I learned, Mr. President, as a social scientist, that you look at the statistics and you look at the numbers, but you have to always see the people behind the numbers. And I wonder if Senator Walters looked at the face of Senator Trim as she spoke and recognized that the policies of the party that he sits here and represents are represented, the face of those persons behind the numbers affected by those policies was represented in here today by Senator Roshana Trim. Senator Roshana Trim gave a face to the trauma that has been the legacy of the Democratic Labour Party's posture on regional integration and people. And I want to connect that, Mr. President, because we're talking about it, to a seminal speech made by the father of independence and the father of the Democratic Labour Party. The mirror image speech. What is your mirror image? When you look at Roshana Trim, Senator Roshana Trim, who talks about being deported from Barbados, being put on a plane, and her mother who sent her doesn't know where she is, her aunt who is to receive her doesn't know where she is, people ducking and hiding just outside these buildings, legally here but hiding because a bounty was placed on their head. What is your mirror image if you are the Democratic Labour Party? I want to ask, Mr. President, when we talk about things like pressure on our social services, the absence of buses, and the challenges of our health services, when we look at the estimates of expenditure and what this government has spent on all of those services relative to what was spent during the period of 2008 to 2018, what is your mirror image if you are the Democratic Labour Party? What is your mirror image? When you stand here, Mr. President, and you speak about jobs, and it is the wrong time, and it is rushed, Mr. President, the father of independence and the father of CARICOM, what is your mirror image? Mr. President, I want to come to a couple of things that were raised here, because Senator Walters in his contribution spoke about disadvantaging citizens every day, unemployment camouflaged as entrepreneurship, and I was very confused, Mr. President, because I'm speaking from heart, Mr. President. I started this debate and I deliberately kept it on a high note. I deliberately gave credit to nearly every prime minister since independence, including those on both sides of the aisle, because I wanted to keep this at a level that was deserving of a conversation on regional integration. I did that on purpose, Mr. President. But the mirror image of the Democratic Labour Party had to show itself. And it took the debate in a direction that could not have been anticipated by anyone who came in here thinking that this was an aspirational goal that our region was coming into maturity with, and that they could rise to the occasion. Their mirror image in 2025 does not reflect what their forefather set in place for them. It does not reflect our Bolton Barrow's image. It is disgraceful, Mr. President. It is. And it speaks to the cognitive dissonance. Senator Nichols, he is not well today, and I want to thank him for still sticking it out with us at this hour of the night and still speaking. I know he's not well, but he's here. But he spoke about cognitive dissonance, Mr. President. Cognitive dissonance. How do you speak about buses with a straight face? How do you speak about unemployment with a straight face? How do you speak about health services with a straight face in a regional integration debate where Senator Trim, now here in her seat, spoke about what happened to her and her family, and sit down and not do what Senator Rogers did when he stood up and said to Senator Trim, I am sorry. How do you stand up and not say, I'm sorry for what you went through? I see you, I feel you, I understand what happened to you. It wasn't me, but I heard you. I even said to Roshana jokingly, but the only thing you want to do is cry, but I would have cried for her, Mr. President, because that was a painful experience that she recounted in her family. And you stand up and you speak and don't even say, I'm sorry, Mr. President. What is your mirror image? What is your mirror image? You speak about young people and leaving the University of the West Indies, but cut off that which Errol Walton Barrow set up. Free education. What is your mirror image? How have we come here in 2025? I started this debate, Mr. President, on purpose, deliberately keeping it in a way that credited the two political parties of this country with having led in different ways the regional integration movement. But when you go down a certain road, you can guarantee, like most women, I will answer you. I will answer you. And you have no moral authority to speak on any of the things that you have spoken on in here today, or most days for that matter. None. And so, Mr. President, I want, however, to end where I started. I want to go back to the founding fathers who brought us to a place, starting with the creation of the CARICOM community, who started with an ambitious goal and an audacious vision for Caribbean integration that saw people, that saw us integrating with each other and moving from one place to another seamlessly, creating institutions that benefited Caribbean people, creating institutions that show that we can cooperate because we have a mirror image of ourselves that is based on self-respect and love of others. In that same speech, that same mirror image speech. He said, at the time, he said this, I want to know what kind of mirror image do you have of yourself? Do you really like yourselves? There are too many people in Barbados who despise themselves, and their dislike of themselves reflects it in their dislike for other people. I want to say to this honorable chamber tonight, Mr. President, that the time has come for us to look at ourselves as we should be in 2025, and to in turn give ourselves an opportunity to shed the history of dislike of our neighbors, the embrace of others that don't look like us as Caribbean people, and the rejection of the people who are our neighbors that Senator Reid can see when he travels across the region from one island to the next. I am not getting drawn into a discussion on LEAC because I have zero intention, Mr. President, of speaking on behalf of other governments who are also shareholders in this process or being launched into a shouting match across the oceans with one government over the other. I'm not going to do that, Mr. President. I'm not. And I won't be drawn into it. But I want to end by saying here, Mr. President, in this speech, you so much, it quotes, you so much despair of this society, Barbados, that your greatest ambition is to try to prove to the people of the United States consulate that you are only going up to visit your family. And you are surprised when the people at the United States Embassy tell you that you do not have a strong reason to return. You are the only person dishonest enough with yourself to realize that you do not have a strong reason to return to Barbados. But I tell you, I am being honest with the man down there. Oh yes, I am returning. The people in this Caribbean region are happy to go to each other. Barbados to Belize, Belize to Barbados, Dominica to St. Vincent. And as other countries come on board, we are happy not to have to bow to someone outside of our region to try to convince them that their place is better than mine, but that we want to go to places and where people look like us, talk like us, where the society feels like us. That's what Caribbean integration is about. And as I close, Mr. President, I want to say this. We've made the debate on the free movement of persons about all kinds of things, whether it's labor, the economy, social services, all kinds of things. But Mr. President, regional integration, beyond all of that, is an ideal. It is a vision. It is an identity. It is who we are as Caribbean people at its very base. It is so much more than just a labor market integration movement. It is so much more than a regional trade and agreement arrangement. It is so much more than a common market. It is who we are, Mr. President. It is who we are. And I want to beg, Mr. President, that this bill be read a second time, and in the closing statements of this speech that I have quoted so extensively in my wrap-up presentation, Mr. President, I want to ask us, as we look at this bill, if this is the mirror image that we have of ourselves. And in the words of our Walton Barrow, anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, I done. I'd like to move this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honourable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The House is now in committee. The Honourable Senate is now in committee.
Madam Chair, may we take the bill in parts?
Permission granted.
Clauses 1 through 7?
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 1 through 7 do not stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 through 7 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Clauses 8 through 11.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 8 through 11 do now stand part.
The question is that clauses 8 through 11 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be now the schedule to the bill. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
If you want.
Mr. President, Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
Question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. A divide has been called.
Mr. President, the divide will be called when the motion is put for passing and citing, not before.
Not on the third reading, that's fine. Senator.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Nationals Act 2025.
Divide.
Question first. Everybody question here. The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Nationals Act 2025. The those honourable senators in favour please say aye. Aye. Those against please say no.
No.
Divide.
There you go.
A divide has been called.
Senator Cummins.
Aye.
Senator Reid.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Boyce.
Aye.
Senator Nichols.
Aye.
Senator Morris.
Aye.
Senator Trim.
Aye.
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 Senator Boyce.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Griggs.
Aye.
Aye.
Senator Mallow.
Aye.
Abstain.
Mr. President, the results of the division, 16 honourable senators voted in favour, and there was one abstention.
Thank you, members. Based on the results from the divide, this bill is now passed and cited as the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Nationals Act 2025.
Mr. President, having come to the conclusion of government's business for the day, I want to thank all honourable senators. It has been a long day, and I appreciate that this has been an important issue and a robust discussion, and I want to express appreciation for your continued commitment to the business of the people of Barbados. With those words, Mr. President, I beg to move that the sitting of the Senate be adjourned until Wednesday, October 29th at 11 a.m.
Senator Mallow.
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me. I would just like, prior to the adjournment, if I might ask the Leader of Government Business when there might be any time reserved on our agenda for the private member's business that I introduced in January of this year regarding a resolution on the Land Acquisition Act.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Senator Malalu, and I'm happy that you are following up on that. You have been, as you know, out for an extended period of time on leave, and so now that you have returned and you are with us again, the commitment is that we will be able to do that very shortly.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any follow-up, Senator Malalu?
Just a brief thing to say thank you very much, and I appreciate that you did wait until I returned from my absence. Thank you.
Thank you. And you do appear to be a fighting form, Senator Malalu, so I think it would be a fair contest. Thank you very much. We've had a long day. I want to thank all honourable senators for their wonderful contributions. It's interesting here to listen to the debate. Thank you very much for the richness of the ideas advanced, and thank the clerks and staff for their keeping us on track and keeping us well behaved and within the law during the day. The question is that the Honourable Senate be adjourned until Wednesday, October 29th at 11 a.m. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Meaning as the ayes have it, the Senate is therefore adjourned until Wednesday, October 29th, 2025 at 11 a.m.